recording and turn it over to the co-chairs.
Okay, just like that. Good morning, everyone, and welcome. It's great to see your faces. Barbara and I are really happy to be moving forward. We got a lot of new stuff happening ahead of us, lots of new, and it's really exciting. But before we move forward, I'd like to ask if we could take a few moments of silence to remember that bright and beautiful light of Andrew Duttner. So I'll just take a pause if we could, and let our thoughts be with him. Thank you. I wish for all of us that we hang on to those memories that make us smile as we move forward of Andrew. So I think I'll turn it over to our first welcoming with Lisa.
Well, good morning, everybody. I'm delighted to be with you in my first board meeting. This is the beginning of week number 4 for me. And so time is zipping by. It's hard to believe that 3 weeks have passed already. So by way of background, I've talked with some of you about my background. I spent almost 25 years at the Oregon Department of Agriculture. And so a pretty long career there. I am a graduate of Oregon State University. I spent 7 years right out of college working for a food processor as an agricultural field rep. So I have experience on the ground working with farmers. And I was in Eastern Washington at that time with Green Giant. Then in '96 came to the Department of Ag. My first stint was with the Commodity Commission programs. I did that for about 18 months, managing the commissions. I then moved into our commodity inspection program as the administrator. I did that for about 3 years, and that really tied back to my work that I did in the private sector with grading, inspection, and quality and condition of fruits, vegetables, nuts, and seeds. In 2001, I was tapped to move up to the director's office. And for those of you who have been around a while may remember the pesticide use reporting system. I was the person that was brought up to help implement that program back in its beginning. And it still causes me to twitch when I think about it. It had a really rumpy, bumpy life cycle. And with a lot of controversy around it, but it was a great training ground for learning to work with the legislature and work with stakeholders through really contentious issues and a difficult time. In 2005, then Director Koba asked me to be her deputy, and I sat in that deputy seat until I came to OWEB. So I have a breadth of experience working with the legislature as the agency's legislative liaison, working on budget, et cetera. So my time at Ag, I can't imagine a better foundation because I've done a little bit of everything. There's only one program that I didn't provide oversight for, and that was our animal health program. And the reason being, in my other life, my real life, we raised purebred Hampshire and South Down sheep And so there was the potential of a conflict of interest in that animal health connection. So that is the one program that I didn't oversee. So in terms of my personal life, I live in rural Clackamas County on a farm. I have two daughters, Ellie and Katie. Ellie is a sophomore at Eastern Oregon University. She is an absolute leadership junkie and a former Oregon FFA state officer. And then Katie is a freshman at Lower Columbia College in Longview. She's an athlete and is playing basketball for them. And I was fortunate in my first couple of weeks to be able to run over to La Grande to watch her play in her first college basketball scrimmage away. So that's been really fun. And I was just talking with Courtney. I think we have a tournament in November in Pendleton. And so I'm going to see if I can reach out and see some of our projects, the OWEB projects, when I'm over there. My husband and I have been married for 27 years. I lost track, isn't it? That's terrible. And we just have enjoyed our life here on the farm. The other thing I would share with you in terms of background, I've told the staff, I've done 3 things in 20 years, and this gives you a lot of insight into who I am. I've had the family, so the girls. I've had my career, ODA, and we've had the farm, and that's the sheep. And that's where my focus has been. Pretty intense focus around a few things, and believe I've seen great success in all 3 by all accounts. The girls have competed nationally with our Hampshires and South Downs and have a string of awards behind them from their efforts and devotion to the sheep. So that's a little bit about me. And I'll pause there and see if any of you have any questions, because I think some of you have heard this spiel before, and I'd be happy to answer any questions that you have. Okay, so I think I'm going to wait to talk about what I've been doing for the last couple of weeks and give you a little more in the director's report. But we have other staff that have come on. There's a lot of change happening at OWEB right now, and we're bringing on new staff. And so I think I'm going to introduce Miriam, and I'll let Miriam talk about herself and her background a little bit.
Good morning. I'm glad to join the first board meeting. I am about a month ahead of Lisa, so I joined OWEB full-time September 1st. So I'm just I've got a little more solid footing under me, but not a whole lot. I come from over 23 years in higher education at Chemeketa Community College in Salem, Oregon. So I sort of grew up professionally in the higher education realm and wanted to make a transition a little bit, try something new. And I'm just thrilled to be joining OWEB as the fiscal officer. I have some really, really big shoes to fill with Cindy Silbernagel retiring, and I think a well-deserved retirement. She's been hanging on and doing amazing work and is rapidly teaching me and trying to put a brain dump into my brain. I'm not sure how quickly I'm absorbing it all, but trying, and she's been fantastic. So transitioning into this role and learning so much about OWEB as an agency, about state agencies in general. And the most exciting part for me is really learning about the whole natural resource world and industry. That is just something that's been a passion of mine in my personal life. And so this is really exciting to sort of combine those two for me, and just lots of learning happening. And so as my mom says, when I talk to her about a transition in profession, she said, this is staving off Alzheimer's. This is making all sorts of neural connections for you. So that's where I am. A little bit about me personally. My husband and I have been married 5 years, a little bit more, so it's a little easier to track than Lisa's. So a little bit more than 5 years together. We have 5 children, and they are all Well, I'll say grown. I'm not sure. They're all technically out of high school and mostly out of college, but they're all in transition. And so we're just having fun, just watching them begin their lives and make different choices. And I live here in Salem, and we bought a tiny piece of property. And so we're learning all sorts of things about the environment and how to be good stewards of the environment and water, especially being on a well system. So that's fun for us. So that's about me. And I think Renee was next in introductions.
Thanks, Miriam. Good morning, co-chairs, members of the board. For the record, Renee Davis, Deputy Director and Transitioning Fire Programs Coordinator. So I have the pleasure of introducing two new staff in our Technical Services Program. So I'll start with Jesse Kirschner, who is our new Water and Climate Programs Coordinator. Jesse's actually on YouTube, or rather on Zoom with us. So I'll just turn it over to her to say a bit about herself, both professionally and personally. Jesse, go ahead.
Thanks, Renee. Good morning, everybody. As Renee said, my name is Jesse Kirschner. My background, I have primarily a science background. I have a master's degree that's an interdisciplinary degree in science and policy. And for the last 10 years, I worked for a nonprofit exclusively on climate change adaptation. So anything related to adaptation, I probably dabbled in. So looking at adaptation in terms of all kinds of natural resources, marine and coastal, terrestrial, freshwater. And then also recently working with communities to help them integrate adaptation and mitigation into things like their comprehensive plan updates. A lot of what I did was synthesizing best practices in climate adaptation. So looking at what people are doing, what's working, what isn't, and writing that up into different kinds of case studies and reports, and really trying to figure out how we push forward best practices within climate adaptation and a little bit in mitigation. And then also a lot of what I've done is related to providing training and technical assistance to different partners. So I've worked with natural resource agencies, tribes, foundations, communities, NGOs, in helping them think through climate adaptation. So creating different trainings and workshops and opportunities to take them through adaptation planning and thinking through how climate is likely to impact the things that they care about, and then to develop adaptation and mitigation responses. So I'm just really excited to get to be part of the OWEB team, getting to be seeing all that you all have been doing with climate and water for the last, very focused for the last year and a half or 2 years, and hoping to bring some of my expertise and background to help shape those conversations a bit more. In personal life, I live in Corvallis. We've lived here for about 5 years. My husband is a professor at OSU, Johnny Armstrong. He's in fish and wildlife. And our children are at the complete other end of the spectrum. I have two very little children, 5 and 3, two little girls who keep me very busy. And primarily we spend a lot of time just trying to get outside no matter what the weather is. And I would say a lot of my time is spent gardening in the summer, and then also trying to fend off whatever new hobby my husband has decided that he really wants me to take up. So lately it has been stand-up paddleboard surfing out at the Oregon coast. So I have tried it a couple of times. I do like it, but I am not nearly as enthusiastic as he is. So it's nice to meet everybody, and I look forward to working with you.
Thanks so much, Jesse. So this is week 3 for Jesse. She is also quite new, but quickly coming up to speed on all things water and climate. So we'll be connecting her up with the board committees, and also doing introductions with external partners. So many of the board members who represent other boards and commissions, you may be hearing about Jesse through some of those channels too. So we look forward to digging in deeply on climate and water with her. The other new staff person I'd like to introduce is on YouTube. So Monty Nail joined us on September 1st, right when Miriam was getting started as our new application developer. So he is now on board as one of 2 IT staff here at OWEB, doing an amazing job already. He comes with about 20 plus years of experience in software development, really thinking through usability issues with users, and also back-end system improvements with software developers. Did a lot of work in the Seattle area in the early Microsoft years. So we're really thankful to have Monty on board. He's joining Cyrus Curry, who's our lead developer, and they're blazing trails on continuing to grow and improve our online systems, both for the benefit of our external customers and staff and board members. So please just know that Monty's watching and hearing the conversation with the board today. So I think with that, it wraps up this round of introductions, but knowing we're hiring many other new staff, you'll have a chance to meet them in January.
All right, so we are moving on down our agenda to agenda item A in the board member comments. And I'm going to start with Stephen Brandt, please. What do you want us to know?
Well, good morning, everyone. Stephen Brandt, I represent Oregon State University Extension Service. And just a few things I'll bring up on changes in leadership that's going on. The university has a new vice provost for extension and engagement. That's also the director of the OSU Extension Service. Dr. Ivory Lyles has replaced Anita Azarenko, who was the interim director of extension for a while, and she had replaced Scott Reed. I know some of you know Scott Reed. So Dr. Lyles began September 30th. So he's new to the position, and I look forward to working with him. He has got his doctorate in agricultural education, community, and rural development at Ohio State University. He has worked in a number of different universities between his PhD and arriving here. Most recently, he was Associate Dean for Engagement and Director of Extension for the University of Nevada in Reno. So we welcome him aboard, and we'll let you know how things progress in terms of any new initiatives he might have. The second leadership change, of course, is the president of Oregon State University itself. The Board of Trustees has just opened the door to start the process for searching for a new president of Oregon State University. The last leadership change is director of the Oregon Sea Grant program. There's a position, my old job, there's a position open now for the director of the Oregon Sea Grant program. And Sea Grant actually, all of the coastal extension agents really are also part of the Oregon Sea Grant program. So that position is open, and we'll see what happens there. Sorry, I dropped my mouse and muted myself. So I'm really not outdoors. This is the view from my my deck window in Corvallis, and you can see Mount Hood there. But of course, university is doing a lot of different things and a lot of different studies. I could go into a lot of talk about that, but in the interest of time, I'll just give you 3 headlines, and I can send you articles about these if you have an interest in them. Recently, these all happened within the last month or so, just 3 of them. Oregon Sea Grant received a $10 million grant to study the hemp market in Western United States. It covers 4 states. It's a lot of work with the tribes, particularly the Warm Springs tribe, and it's looking at the marketing issues and product and complementary effort that is, but it's a $10 million 5-year grant. The second is there's a lot of studies going on now, particularly looking at the genetics of salmon, and one of the studies that's quite interesting is looking at the genetics of hatchery and wild coho salmon and seeing how they differ in terms of their mating processes and reproduction, which will help us to better understand the relative value, of course, of the relative impact of a hatchery raised salmon on the system. And the last is a recent study that calculated the value of Oregon agriculture, food, and fiber sector in Oregon, and that exceeds $42 billion on an annual basis. And the number of farms has grown, but the nature of the farms is changing, a lot more smaller farms. And the study provides it's done about every 5 years, and the study provides an update on a lot of the interesting statistics going on with agriculture, food, and fiber industry. Like it's responsible for 9.1% of Oregon's economy, 371,000 jobs. It's increased 14% since the last report in 2015. It hasn't really incorporated yet some of the more recent impacts of COVID on the agricultural system, but they do talk about it. So it's a fairly extensive report, and if anyone likes a reference to that, just send me an email and I can get you that. That's all the report I have, so thank you.
Thank you, Stephen. That is great news for OSU Extension. Thank you. Meg, what do you want us to know?
Thank you, Barbara. Good morning, everybody. We've talked about the work that Maida and others did on the water vision and how it kind of helped. Oh, let me just say for those who are newer to the group, who I am. Basically, my name is Meg Reeves, and I'm the representative to OWEB from the Water Resources Department and Commission. So I'm here to talk about water. And we have been talking about how the water vision raised the profile of water issues in the state generally. And so there is a lot going on in Oregon right now related to water. And so much so that Tom Byler, who's the director of the Water Resources Department, and Representatives Helm, Owens, and Reardon, who are respectively the chair and co-chair of the House Water Committee, did a kind of a public presentation last week to go over the many processes that are underway, the kind of objectives that people are hoping those processes will get to, and then what those processes, what other forums those processes might inform. And so there are a lot of, I'm not going to go through all of the engagements that they identified. I want to talk about just a couple of them. But if anybody's interested, I would be happy to circulate the flow chart that they presented that lists the engagements, the objectives, and the forums that it will inform. And let me know, I can distribute that to committee or board members. I did want to say the objectives were things like improved data for decision-making, increased recognition of the importance of investing in and managing water, the engagement of a broad spectrum of community leaders, support for continued collaboration among water champions, which was the term they used, which I like, with diverse interests in water. And finally, and this is the part I might focus on the most, an effective state-supported regional governance system and framework for planning and implementation, strategic prioritization, and investments in water. So that basically is an emphasis on regional needs and differences within a framework, a state framework is kind of where that conversation will be heading. And they noted that all these conversations will inform the 2023 legislative session, the update of the 2022 update of the integrated water resources strategy, and priorities for leadership, people in leadership across the state. Today, in the interest of time, I want to just focus on two of these state-led engagements. The convening of the state-supported regional water planning and management table, and the update of the integrated water resources strategy. So the regional water planning and management table, which, shorthand is being referred to as the regional table, is a work group that's going to look at governance and systems that could allow for effective state-supported implementation and management of water led by communities, basically, emphasis on regional. And this follows up on a guiding principle from the Water Vision, and I'm quoting here, that successful strategic solutions and investments will build on flexible approaches that respect regional differences, such approaches to be supported and bounded by a state framework grounded in current water law. Again, the regional emphasis bounded by a state framework. That work is going to start in 2022. Oregon Consensus is going to facilitate the regional table, and they're going to be reaching out soon. They may have already started to people and entities across the state with an interest in water. And they're doing an assessment process. And what they want to get to is what people think the regional table should look like, how it should be organized, the process, what the process should look like, and what the focus of the effort should be. So that's kind of the initial step of convening this group and then getting started on doing this work. There's going to be a lot more to come on this, and you'll be hearing from me. I mean, I'll continue to update with what I know, and maybe other of the agencies who are represented here will be participating too. The second thing I wanted to mention is the Integrated Water Resources Strategy update. So the Integrated Water Resources Strategy kind of charts the state's course for long-term, meeting the needs long-term for in-stream and out-of-stream water use. So the Water Resources Department led the development of the strategy and is charged with updating it every 5 years. The department and the commission did so in 2017, and they're due for an update in 2022. And my point today is just to say that the department plans to delay the start of the update because all of these other conversations that are happening will likely inform whatever goes into the Integrated Water Resources Strategy. So it'll get started in 2022, but it's unlikely to be completed that fast. It's also partly because the department wants to be able to focus appropriately on all the conversations that are happening, as well as integrating what comes from these conversations into the IWRS. Last thing, I just wanted to mention 2 items. There were in the 2020 session, there were 2 budget requests from the Water Vision work that didn't get funded, but at that time, but got funded in the last session, the 2021 session. One was the water business case, which is an examination of the economic value of water. The Water Resources Department was appropriated funds to contract for that work. And the other is a water data framework for which DEQ has gotten funding. I am not as familiar with exactly what the expectation is for that work, other than my understanding is that it will focus on what Oregon could be doing better to make water data available in a useful format that's readily accessible. So that, like I said, there's a lot happening. That's just kind of scratching the surface, but I'll continue to update as things march forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Meg. All right, Eric Murray, what do you know?
Thank you, Barbara. Good morning, everyone. I'm Eric Murray. I represent NOAA Fisheries. Just want to give you an update on a couple of our conservation efforts and some funding updates. Over the last few months, southern resident killer whales have been a big focus for our agency. We know that species is in trouble, and just a few of the things that we've been doing here is we expanded the critical habitat for that species to include a large area off the coast of Oregon and Washington. And we're also in the process of adjusting some of our hatchery practices across the Northwest to provide additional salmon for southern resident killer whales, as that is their preferred prey item. We're keeping a close eye on the 2 funding bills that are working their way through Congress. We expect, or we're hoping that there will be significant additional funding for salmon, watersheds, and climate resilience. So we're hoping for some good news there. We're also ramping up our efforts and continuing some of the things that we've been doing on regulatory streamlining so that we're well positioned for any infrastructure projects that may be coming our way over the next couple of years. We want to make sure that our regulatory processes are well adjusted to deal with those. And maybe my last item is just one of interest here is if you've been following the news, you may have heard that there is a lone beluga whale that was spotted in Puget Sound. And that's pretty unusual. And some genetic analysis that was done recently shows that whale is a member of the Beaufort Sea population. So it is thousands of miles away from the rest of its friends here. And that's an interesting anomaly that's been going on in Puget Sound. And so that is all I have for this morning. Thank you.
Thank you, Eric. Corey Owens.
Everybody, can you hear me okay? Great.
Yes.
Hi, Corey Owens here. I'm excited to be part of the OWEB board in my new role as Assistant for Partnership here for Oregon NRCS, working under Ron Alvarado, who says hello to everyone and sends his regards to the board, of course. I've been in this position since June, replacing Julie McSwain, who retired. Prior to the partnership position, I was Ron's state soil scientist for 6 years. And so partnership is definitely a new type of role for me. I've been solidly in the technical team realm for the 20 years that I've worked with NRCS, all as a soil scientist in some capacity. I brief stint as a conservation planner, but I'm definitely looking forward to bringing that technical foundation and my not so secret soils agenda to my partnership role and getting to be more at that interface of the mission and program of NRCS with all of the folks on the board here and across partnerships in Oregon. It's a great state to work in and a great region to work in if you like working with people to get cool stuff done. From an NRCS perspective, obviously here we're on October 26th, so we just wrapped up our last federal fiscal year and are starting to launch our next fiscal year. I did a little number crunching and happy to report that we had a banner year in programs. We obligated 20 million plus for the Environmental Quality Incentives Program in fiscal year 21. We received 15 million plus for more regional conservation partnership programs, and we obligated over $8 million for a conservation stewardship program. We are anticipating very similar, if not a slightly higher level of funding across the portfolio of our Farm Bill programs this year. So we're really looking forward to being able to deliver. In fact, our Environmental Quality Incentive Program application period is open now. Applications for the first round are due November 19th. So yeah, just excited to kind of see how things are going and ways that I can help represent NRCS and our mission with everyone here on the board today and tomorrow. Thank you.
Corey, happy to have you on board. Thank you. All right, Dan Brown, what do you want us to know?
But I know how to turn my microphone on. Thank you, Barbara. And for the record, I'm Dan Brown, and I am on representing ex officio Environmental Protection Agency. So coming in behind Alan Henning, who you all know and worked for, and tough shoes to fill, but I'll do my best. One thing that folks might be interested in is that EPA has published its draft strategic plan for the years 2022 through 2026. That was published in the Federal Register, and it's available for public comment through November 12th, 2021. It's the strategic plan communicates EPA's roadmap to achieve the new administration's priorities over the next 4 years, including for the first time a strategic goal focused solely on addressing climate change, as well as in advancing environmental justice and civil rights. And so that plan is expected to be finalized and issued in February. As far as the budget conversation goes, it's very similar to what Eric said for NOAA. We're watching what's happening in Congress and trying to get ready for whatever might be coming our way. We have another item that is of interest to this group is our Drinking Water Providers Partnership, which we do with Forest Service and BLM, as well as Oregon DEQ and state agencies in Washington and some NGOs. We issued our call for proposals. So that is out on the website. If folks Google Drinking Water Providers Partnership, they should get to that. And the applications are due January 7th, 2022. And having looked at the proposals over the years, I'll note that many of the projects that we're adding funding to are also recipients of OWEB funding. and again, that's to deploy restoration projects that are specifically in drinking water, source water. And so we're excited to have that announcement out there. And yeah, I think I'll stop there. And I'm happy to be on the OWEB board, and looking forward to getting to know you guys and working together with you.
Thank you, Dan. Thank you. Happy to have you on. All right. Let's see, Molly.
Good morning, everybody. For those that are new, my name is Molly Kyle. I am, in my day job, a professor at Oregon State University in the College of Public Health and Human Sciences, where I am part of the Environmental and Occupational Health group. I do have a couple of research programs actually that just got funded, which is exciting. So we're going to be doing a domestic well water safety program in Jackson County to try to promote the adoption of appropriate and efficient water treatment for households that have arsenic, nitrate, or lead in their drinking water, private wells that are above the MCL. And then I have another research project, both of these are funded by the National Institute of Environmental Health Science, that is examining the interaction between children's exposures to flame retardants, which are a common chemical in consumer products. So there's a lot in the indoor environment, their social environment, and how that affects their executive functioning. And so we're recruiting a bunch of kids in Oregon. So you might hear my name attached to those projects as we start to recruit human subjects into these research studies. My role on OWEB, though, is I'm the liaison for the Department of Environmental Quality, and I'm one of the EQC commissioners. So there's a lot going on over at DEQ. So I'll really kind of emphasize two things. We had our EQC meeting just at the start of this month. And one of the things that's underway is updating the Memorandum of Understanding between DEQ and the Department of Forestry. This was, the original MOU was in, I think, established in 1998. And so it's nice that it's being updated. And it's a process, but the idea is, I had some notes up here, is to describe how the agencies will work together to protect waterway on non-federal lands that already have high quality water, and to improve water quality on waterways that are not meeting water quality standards. And the updated MOU is expected to improve transparency, efficacy, and efficiency between the agencies on these kind of non-point source issues. So they're going to be collaborating on processes to assess the adequacy of Forest Practice Act rules and non-regulatory measures in achieving water quality standards. And specifically, this is really kind of directed to TMDL load allocations. And then it's also addressing processes to assess the relevancy of water quality impairment and TMDL development related to potential forestry impacts. So this includes incorporating forestry related considerations into TMDL development, implementation, and reporting. And I think really kind of optimizes the use of the expertise in both agencies. So it's nice to see that this is being updated. The MOU was released September 1st, so it's out there for you to review. And it is in the 30-day comment period, which I believe closes here fairly shortly. So if you're interested in that, you can go to DEQ's website and look at the forestry MOU update. The other big action that's been about 1.5 years undertaking so far is that DEQ is working on the climate protection program. So this is, they're proposing to establish Oregon's climate protection program. The proposed rulemaking and draft rule has been released. So this is also in public comment period. And there's a lot of detail in here. and the public comment period closes October 4th. So if you're interested in kind of learning more about this and the details or providing comment, please go to, again, the EQC's website, and there's a whole website dedicated to this. But let's see, get that. The overview of the climate protection program really is to reduce greenhouse gas emissions in Oregon and achieve co-benefits from other air contaminant reductions in order to enhance public welfare for Oregon communities. And it has a nice component towards it, which is also really trying to address environmental justice communities, including communities of color, tribal communities, low-income and rural communities. So the idea is that the entities that will be responsive to this rule will reduce their greenhouse gas emissions. It'll support reduction of emissions of other air contaminants that are not greenhouse gases. So, you know, kind of there'll be a co-benefit to this to improving air quality in general. It's going to prioritize the reduction of greenhouse gases and other air contaminants in EJ communities and provide covered entities with compliance options to try to minimize the business and consumer and economic impacts of the rule, as well as allows covered fuel suppliers to comply in part with community climate investments. So it's quite a comprehensive rulemaking. There is a lot of detail in it, and again, it's open for public comment. So I'd really encourage everybody to go take a look at it and learn more about it and put in your public comment. And I will stop there.
Thank you, Kylie, or Molly. I was going to call you Kyle. Sorry. Thank you.
Girl that's cursed with first names.
So Dan, is it Shively or Shively?
Yeah, good morning, Barbara. It's Shively.
Shively, thank you. All right, what do you want us to know?
Hey, thanks, and good morning, everyone. And for the record, I'm Dan Shively. I represent the U.S. Forest Service here in our Pacific Northwest region and serve as the Natural Resource Director. So I'll keep it brief. We're focused, as you would imagine, still quite heavily around post-fire recovery issues with large fires again this year in 2021, most notably down in South Central Oregon on the Fremont-Wainema National Forest with two fires, the bootleg fire that made big national news, of course, extending well over a 400,000 acre footprint, about 250,000 acres of that on the national forest itself. And then one more recent forest fire, fairly large scale on the Fremont-Wainema, named as the Cougar Peak Fire. Those are probably the big fires in Oregon. We had fires also on the Umatilla in Northeast Oregon and also up in North Central Washington. We have a lot of attention and focus around that. In fact, in our continuing resolution, Congress appropriated some disaster post-fire hurricane disaster relief funding. We have yet to see that land in the region. It will likely land in the Pacific Northwest region or California region, very likely our Rocky Mountain region, as well as our southern region for hurricane damages, as I mentioned. And so we should see that funding, I hope next week or the following week, but that funding did show up in our continuing resolution, and that's good news. We can get started and get underway with much of the post-fire recovery work around that. A lot of it is targeting repair and reopening of our road infrastructure, some of our administrative facilities, some of our recreation facilities, including recreation trails, and a lot around reforestation. Our new chief, Randy Moore, who comes to us out of our California region, will be out visiting, I believe next week, a quick visit from the chief, looking at some of the post-fire recovery efforts. And really, we've had a lot of leadership discussions around transforming our annual business models on some of our forests that now find themselves working regularly, kind of in fire adapted ecosystems, but transforming their business models to look at their program of work and workflow that's more oriented around the fire life cycle. Whereas in the past, we've kind of gone about our regular business and then, oh, there's fire. And then there's a huge amount of work associated with the fire in terms of post-fire recovery and burned area emergency rehabilitation. So for some of these units, we're really stepping back and taking a more integrated and holistic view around how we organize our annual programs of work and business cycles on those units. The Forest Service is building a regional strategy to provide opportunity in working with the states of both Oregon and Washington around shared stewardship for accelerated work around wildfire risk reduction. Not that we don't do that already, but doing it in a more targeted fashion. Some of our best models here in the Pacific Northwest region are focused and oriented around watershed and aquatic restoration. And we're taking those concepts and we're really applying them to the terrestrial systems to bring about targeted and focused investment opportunities and defining measurable outcomes and being able to track that progress through time over a 5 to 10 year period to make meaningful investments and attain outcomes on the landscape around wildfire risk reduction, community protection, protection of natural resources in those areas, like drinking water, like power line corridor infrastructure, like rural community ingress and egress. And so that's a work in progress. And tied to that, we're working very closely with the state of Oregon primarily through the Oregon Department of Forestry in efforts around shared stewardship to promote healthier forests around Senate Bill 762. And that's all interconnected work, if you will. And then Eric Murray mentioned and Dan Brown, we're watching very closely and monitoring the development of federal legislation with large appropriations, two bills in particular, the reconciliation bill, the infrastructure bill, and monitoring those closely to see how hopefully some surges and upticks in federal funding will allow for additional opportunity for restoration outcomes in the state of Oregon here in the Pacific Northwest. A lot tied into those bills, and as you begin to peel them back and unpack them, nice opportunities present in various sections of those bills, everything from opportunities perhaps to enhance programs like Dan had mentioned around drinking water providers, as well as call outs for investments like Salmon Superhighway and other initiatives that will ring familiar for many OWEB staff and OWEB board members here. And then lastly, I wanted to highlight that just last Friday, I accepted an invitation to join our National Climate Adaptation Strategy core team operating out of headquarters. It's a team being led by our director, currently acting or interim director of our Office of Sustainability and Climate, Chris Swanson. Chris comes to us as one of our research and development leads out of the Midwest in Michigan, where he developed the Northern climate adaptation center there, referred to as NIAX. And they're leading a core team that will develop an agency-wide climate adaptation and environmental justice strategy that will provide kind of our blueprint that will follow over the next several years. So I'm excited to be a participant in that, and then kind of, look to see where and how we can, as an agency and collection of state and federal agencies, downscale some of those opportunities that will come out of that national strategy down at the state and regional level. Thanks, Barbara. That's all I have. End of report.
Thank you, Dan. All right, next up, Mark Labhart. What would you want us to know today?
Well, good morning, Barbara, and good morning, everybody else. I'm Mark Labhart, and I have the privilege of serving on the OWEB board as a representative from the Fish and Wildlife Commission, for those in the audience. So in terms of headlines for ODF and W, some of you may know that we've got a new habitat division that's been approved by the legislature. So thanks to those legislators that supported that effort. We used to have a habitat division, and it went away for a while, and it's coming back. So we're in the process of searching for the division administrator. Right now, the job announcement came out, closed in September, and we're beginning the hiring process now. Update on drought and fire. Since our last meeting, and again, I just can't look forward enough to when we can meet in person again. And shoot, I was sure looking forward to being up in Northeast Oregon and meeting with everybody up there, but fully understand the reasons why, but look forward to meeting in person. But since our last meeting, ODF and W has continued to adjust angling regulations, hunts, and operations in response to the significant drought that we've been experiencing around the state. And as Dan just said, all the fires and the impacts that it had on hunting and fishing. And then as well as ocean productivity and returning our anadromous salmon counts. Thankfully, the impacts have lessened recently because of the rains that we got in September and the rains that we're getting now. So hopefully it'll continue to rain and snow in the mountains. Another headline is our funding opportunities since the last meeting. The Oregon Conservation and Recreation Fund, which I'm a big proponent of, got reauthorized. Governor Kate Brown signed House Bill 2171, which was an omnibus recreation bill. That means that the OCRF will continue to support fish and wildlife conservation and outdoor recreation throughout the state. The sunset was lifted, so it's a permanent program now. Total new funding includes $545,000 from the general fund to match the donations that we generated in the previous biennium. 1 million of general fund that must be matched with an additional 1 million from the private sector. And it also includes an additional $1 million in federal funding from the American Rescue Plan Act. And a big shout out goes to Representative Ken Helm, who was the person that used his allocation of those federal funds to give to the OCRF as a statewide effort rather than in his own local district. So big shout out to Representative Helm. The OCRF funds projects to conserve wildlife, restore habitat, and connect people with nature. And then we're going to get approximately $100,000 in restoration funding. It's available to restore or protect habitat for the Northwest pond turtle, northern red-legged frog, foothill yellow frog, and the American beaver, and native wildlife in Douglas County's Umpqua Basin. And the reason I mention that is we're accepting proposals right now through December 1st. So for a request for proposals for any of projects to restore those habitats for those species, we're accepting applications now for those. The Oregon Hatchery Resource Center funding. The Hatchery Resource Center is currently seeking research proposals to understand and adapt hatchery practices to improve performance and lessen risk on naturally produced fish, and to improve and communicate fisheries science and management. And again, proposals are being accepted through the end of October. So short time frame there. It's been open for a while now, but if you know of any research proposals for the Hatchery Research Center, get them in quick. In terms of climate leadership, Oregon continues to provide the leadership in climate and ocean change responses for fish and wildlife. Oregon's forward-thinking, internationally known early actions to adapt to and mitigate for changing oceans are highlighted in a specific issue of the Coastal Management Journal. The special issue was recently published online, and Oregon is a founding member of that process and journal. ODF&W completed a baseline assessment of greenhouse gas emissions resulting from the department's operation and carbon being sequestered in ODF managed lands. Estimated carbon sequestration in ODF&W's areas is over 6.5 times larger than the ODF's greenhouse gas emissions. So the full report's available online also. And so unless there's any questions, that's the end of my headlines report. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. Let's see, Brenda, what do you want us to know today?
Thank you, Barbara. ODF and the Board of Forestry. So first of all, I'm the Board of Forestry representative to OWEB for the new folks on today, and a retired faculty member and administrator from OSU. There's a lot going on with ODF and the Board of Forestry, so I'll hit the high points. First of all, on Friday, we will select the new state forester for Oregon. We have 3 finalists. Jim Paul, who's the Director of Corrections for the state, Terry O'Rourke, who works for NOAA, and Cal Mukamoto, who is a consulting forester from Coos Bay. So that decision will be made on Friday. Also on Friday, we will learn of the outcome of the private forest accord, meetings that have been ongoing between the environmental community and forest industry over the last number of months, held very much in private. So we're quite anxious to see what might come from those discussions. A few other things. First of all, Molly, thanks for mentioning the MOU between ODF and DEQ. We really hope that the 2 agencies begin to work together, particularly how the Forest Practices Act may or may not be contributing to water quality issues at a larger scale that DEQ works in. And Dan, thanks for mentioning Senate Bill 762. The board has been really heavily engaged in several things under that bill. One was defining the wildland-urban interface, and that needed to be done quickly, which we did, to allow another phase of that bill, which is to map fire risk across the state. And Chris Dunn from Oregon State University and his colleagues are working on that effort. And then also the development of a certified burn manager program for the state of Oregon to allow the expansion of the use of prescribed fire across the landscape. Other things going on, ODF has a climate and carbon report that has come out, and the board is interested in seeing how the results of that work can be integrated into all aspects of management and policy for ODF. And I think we're seeing a proliferation of these sorts of approaches, not only in ODF, but I think Mark just mentioned ODFW and what's going on there. I'll point out that the USDA released an announcement just recently that they are integrating climate change actions, mitigation and adaptation, including greenhouse gas reduction, carbon sequestration, storage, and adaptation in all aspects of USDA work. So, you know, I just point that out. I know Bruce is going to give a report later on. Maybe we can talk more about that relative to OWEB. I think with that, I'm trying. Oh, we had a big fire year again, and clearly there are challenges trying to not only manage the scale of fires, but also pay for them. So we continue down that road, trying to come up with a mechanism that will cover the fire costs. And then at the conclusion of the fire season this year, Doug Graff, who's been the director of the fire division in ODFW, was appointed as the wildfire programs director in the governor's office. So we're seeing changes in leadership in fire in ODF as well. I think those are the highlights. That was pretty quick. If you have questions, I'm glad to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you, Brenda. Randy.
Good morning, Barbara.
Good morning.
And everyone. For the record, Randy Labby, public at large member from Portland. Currently, I'm about 50 miles north of Eliza Jane in the canyon of the Grand Ronde River at our cabin. And the satellite internet is telling me that they're unstable. So I hope I can continue to be a part of this meeting. I'm nearing my end of my term. I've been 8 years on the board. It's really exciting to see all the new faces, the new energy and skill sets that you all bring to the board. Just two items. I thought I'd mention for Fisher people that are on the board and beyond about trips I took this fall to British Columbia fishing on the Dean River for 5.5 days and the Babine River for 3.5 days before it was shut down like the Deschutes and the John Day and others are. For me, it was interesting to see, that the downturn in steelhead runs and Chinook salmon runs primarily are, as many of you know, along the entire range of those fish. The fish that we landed and released were in terrific shape, and those rivers are wilderness rivers with no dams, terrific habitat, and really only, with the exception of the Babine, which is accessible in the upper reaches by car, they're only accessed by helicopter. The main issues in those rivers are commercial netting at the outset of the Skeena River and in the Dean Channel, and then First Nation nettings that go on. But it's really interesting that the coho, the pinks, the sockeye, in many cases had terrific runs in British Columbia and Alaska, and the steelhead are down dramatically, and the Chinook equally so. In the case of the Babine River, there are records going back for over 65 years, and this year's run of steelhead is the worst in that whole period. There was a time in the late 50s where the downturn was equally or slightly less extreme, but very close to what we're experiencing today. So I'm interested in what the biologists learn from this and why there's such a divergence of returns along the Pacific coast. The second item, very quickly, many of the board members know my keen interest in water quality issues on the Deschutes River, the lower 100 miles, and the Crooked River. And I'm just extremely excited about the developments in the last 2 or 3 years towards correcting that situation. In the Crooked, many of our partners, both federal and state, are focusing on water quality in a way that they hadn't for many years due to the challenges of fixing that river. Trout Unlimited and the Freshwater Trust, the watershed councils, the Deschutes River Conservancy, the Deschutes River Land Trust, the irrigation districts are engaged in the work, along with the soil and water districts. There's there's a level of collaboration that I haven't seen before. And federal agencies, our partners are engaged, particularly NRCS. And it's a bottom-up effort. It's not a top-down effort. And it's a collaborative effort where there's designs for a fix that is a win-win for the ranchers and farmers in that region. And as I've told Lisa, I'm so excited about her leading this organization at this time, because her background with ODA just raises the trust between the farmers and ranchers in that area and the work that we do. Senator Wyden has, with reference to what Dan just reported, Senator Wyden has introduced legislation to fix river quality, water quality issues in the West and throughout the country. It's certainly preliminary. They're still recruiting sponsors for that bill, but that could be, if it is ultimately passed, a terrific step in helping to clean up the Crooked River. Anyway, as I say, I'm retiring in January or sometime soon. I've been retired for 5 years from running a family business, and I just love the work that I hear about in these commentaries. Thanks, Barbara.
Thank you, Randy. Is there snow in the mountains where you're at?
There's no snow, but it's raining and stormy up here. So there's probably snow in the mountains above Liza Jane.
Right on. Thank you. Jamie.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Jamie McLeod Skinner. I am a board member at large. Also serve on the Water, Climate, DEI committees for OWEB. And then just in terms of background, I'm also serve here in Central Oregon on an education service board and also on a health foundation board. My wife and I live in rural Central Oregon. First of all, I want to thank Liza Jane for the start to the meeting, and also want to bring my comments by just reflecting on the loss of Andrew Dutterer. Our team feels incomplete without him, but there is a sense we'll continue his great work and legacy, but just really a sense of gratitude for the kindness he brought to all of us. And then also wanted to welcome Lisa and other new staff. You really join a remarkable team. It's such a privilege to be part of this group, and we look forward to working with you on this really important work. So Central, as a couple of my colleagues have mentioned, Central Oregon communities are really struggling from the impacts of wildfire, as Dan discussed, and drought, and Randy touched on some of this. It impacts, on a very personal level, impacts families, it impacts our local economies, and especially in Jefferson County with carrot seed crop, it impacts international markets. And the level of the crisis it's creating really sets the stage for conflict. And we're grappling with that. But some of the work that OWEB's doing is not just that tangible, measurable result in terms of environmental impact, but also on some of those relationships. And so this is really, really important work as we look at the future systems for addressing mitigation and adaptation. So look forward again to the work ahead of us on that. We've got some interesting discussions coming up tomorrow on water planning and collaborative water planning, and then also how we can more proactively invest in climate solutions, which are driving a lot of these impacts we're seeing. And I want to thank Bruce, my colleague Bruce, for his leading this effort. And then just touching briefly on what Randy mentioned, the ongoing quality work on Deschutes and Crooked Rivers. Per his comments, highlighting the importance of last year's HCP Habitat Conservation Plan as that rolls out. That was the potential for a form of conflict a few months ago. The ongoing water management plans and systems, the federal investments are really important. And then also things like the water systems on Warm Springs. That's now drinking water, and it's specific to the tribes, but it also impacts, it touches on our work as well. And then the need that farmers will have, or we've seen a lot of conflict in in the Klamath area, and we don't want to have that same experience here in Central Oregon. We want to learn from that and move forward, because it otherwise sets the stage for conflict, not just throughout Oregon, but with the sovereign nation of Warm Springs. I also look forward to our conversation tomorrow on how OWEB can better incorporate DEI into our work and our investments, and really appreciate the work staff's doing on this. Given that OWEB's charge is to serve all Oregonians, and the fact that our strategic plan really charges us with developing non-traditional partnerships, the DEI work ahead of us really allows us to broaden our impact and our service to really include all Oregonians, including those who may not have been at the table or part of the discussions before. And I would argue that committing to this work and doing this work is really fundamental to us pursuing and accomplishing the mission of OWEB. It's not an additional side project. It's fundamental to our work. And then just lastly, as a board, we are used to seeing the incredibly remarkable work of our team and our partners as well. There is so much effort that goes into making great accomplishments look effortless. And we are very spoiled with all the work that our team does, and especially when those relationships are involved. So I just want to recognize the great work we're already doing across our state. And that's really due very heavily to our staff, also our great partners. Many are already leaning into the climate and DEI work that we need to really standardize across our business practice. And in addition to the growing relationships that we have. So just to note that there's so much ahead of us, there's so much work to be done. And as we focus on these challenges ahead that we really want to lean into and what we want to accomplish, just want to highlight the importance of moving forward together as a team, which I think is something that OWEB does well. And that will mean figuring out at times how to prioritize all the work that needs to be done, so that we don't overburden our staff, so they can continue that really remarkable work that they're doing. So just wanted to end with a shout out to our team and to thank those, especially those who've been with OWEB for a long time. Like I said, the new folks you're joining, you have a real privilege of joining this team, but we just have remarkable staff. So much respect for all the work you're doing. Thanks.
Thank you, Jamie. I echo everything you just said. All right, Gary, what do you want us to know?
Thank you, Barbara. Good morning, everyone. Just start by introducing myself. And welcoming Lisa and new staff and new board members. It's good to see the familiar faces, and it's good to see some this new blood. My name is Gary Marshall. I live in Southeast Oregon. I'm a member at large. Like Randy, my term is nearing its end. I'm not sure just exactly when that is, but I've been here for quite a while. And so a little bit of just short background on me. I've lived in Harney County the bulk of my life, and a short stint for college and military, but it's been most of the time in rural Harney County. And I've been a cattle rancher for most of that time. My wife, George, and I have been married for 51 years. We have 3 grown children and some grandchildren. So it's a good time. Life is good right now. So we are, in addition to that, even before OWEB board time, I spent quite a lot of my time working with High Desert Partnership, was a local collaborative organization here that actually we started in the early 2000s, and we have some initiatives that we're really proud of here. It's been supported by OWEB, wetlands initiative that's doing work on Malheur National Wildlife, and also native meadow ground. And we have wildfire initiatives working on some really important stuff to prepare areas to try to prevent wildfires, and also Forest Service work that we're doing. Have an initiative called Biz Harney that looks at the economy of the area, and youth initiative that is called Youth Changing the Communities, which is in large part young entrepreneurs. And so those things are really active. Oh, Liza Jane, I'm also a Mac user. So, and it's not that bad, other than, yeah, there's some differences, certainly. Like the rest of Oregon, and maybe even to a larger degree, we've been in the drought cycle, in the deep part of it, and that's had some real major implications for range conditions and range health, and groundwater, and of course surface water, and livestock and wildlife. We have some major wild horse gathers because of the lack of feed and water out there to sustain those herds. We have had, there's something that's common in Oregon, but sort of new to the area that has just taken place here. And I'll end on that. And it is that even though it's been attempted for quite a while, it's finally now has been accomplished, and that's a land trust in the area that's fairly newly formed, but they were able to acquire a large ranch in the south end of the county called Trout Creek Ranch, and it's it encompasses with permitted ground and also deeded ground over 500,000 acres, and so we're hoping that they do well. It's actually accepted well by the communities, and so that's kind of the first step towards maybe some more conservation measures happening in this area. So I'll close with that. Thank you.
Thank you, Gary. Let's see. Kelly, do you feel like you're getting the gist of what we're looking for to give us a report?
I think so.
All right, and welcome.
Thank you.
You want to tell us a little bit about yourself too, please?
Sure. Can you hear me okay?
Okay. Yes.
Hi, everyone. My name is Kelly Coates. I'm the Water and Environmental Resources Program Manager for the Cow Creek Band of Umpqua Tribe of Indians. And I'm also a Cow Creek tribal member. I have been nominated by the governor for the tribal seat on the OWEB board. However, I have not been confirmed yet. My confirmation hearing was set for September. That got canceled. So fingers crossed that will happen in November. So I'm really looking forward to being a member of the OWEB board and really kind of engaging with OWEB at a higher level. I currently sit on the Rogue Small Grant team for OWEB. The tribe has been an OWEB Small Grant recipient in the past. I have staff that are on the Umpqua Small Grant team. I have staff that are on the Region 2 review team as well. I've worked with OWEB for a number of years at the staff to staff level, And so I'm just really excited to be able to engage at this level with board members. I am filling in behind Jason Robison. Some big shoes to fill. He is my supervisor, so I still work very closely with him. And yeah, just really looking forward to this opportunity. I'm really interested in working with the tribes and following up on some of the great work that OWEB staff have done. We're going to hear a little bit more about that tomorrow with the survey to the different tribes about engaging with OWEB and any barriers to working with OWEB, how we can better engage with tribes, how we can get better tribal involvement with OWEB. And so I really am looking forward to that and being a part of that conversation. And as far as a broader tribal update, since I'm not an official board member yet, I haven't done a lot of tribal outreach at this point. I'm waiting for that official title before I do any outreach, but hopefully at the next meeting, I'll be able to have a bit more of a report out for all of you. So thank you.
Thank you, Kelly, and welcome aboard. All right. Hey, Bruce, what do you want us to know today?
Thank you, Barbara, and good morning. First off, welcome to the new board members and staff. Exciting times. And I would like to do a shout out to my friend Randy Labby, who has, after 8 years, figured out how to get the most comfortable chair for an all-day meeting that I've ever seen. So, and I agree with Meg that there is a lot happening. I don't think a week has gone by since the last meeting where there hasn't been a online webinar or presentation, things on the one watershed at a time, forestry work, environmental justice. We watched traditional prescribed burning in the Klamath Basin, which was fascinating. So it can be consuming. Specifically, I would report that I attended a tour organized by Colt at the Astoria Bear Creek watershed. This is a 3,700 acre city-owned property that provides the water to Astoria. It's been around for, it was acquired almost 100 years ago, showing how foresight can put off a lot of problems down the road. The Astoria drinking water is totally protected. It protects fish and wildlife. They do generate income by selling carbon credits. They have a full-time forester who did a great presentation during the tour. And they advanced the state's goals to mitigate and adapt to climate change. It was, I was very proud as an Astorian to be able to attend and have that in our backyard. Also had an interesting meeting, educational meeting for me with the director for the Mobile Bay National Estuary Program, which is a sister program to the Tillamook Bay National Estuary Program, and got to hear about different sets of challenges, ecological and political. Of course, Mobile Bay is right in the middle of Hurricane Alley. They have barrier islands that disappear and are disappearing. They're the idea of whether they will allow people at this point with rising sea levels, the cost of not allowing rebuilding on these sand-based barrier islands is a great discussion and challenge to the estuary program. Now, they did get a large chunk of money in the worst possible way from the Deepwater Horizon oil spill. And they've used that in a variety of restoration projects. But the lower estuary in Mobile Bay, which actually that watershed drains almost 70% of Alabama, doesn't, they didn't dike it. So there's no tide gate issues that we deal with in Oregon. They have, however, developed all up and down the coast, and that presents its own unique set of challenges. On their take of a stories told, I would highly recommend, if you have a half hour, to look at the Mobile Bay National Estuary Program website, find their video called Flight of the Frigate Bird. I'm not a big country western fan, but it's all narrated by Shelby Lynn. And it is a wonderful story about barrier islands and the challenges presented by climate change. I would report that I found interesting that the United States has 8 regional fishery management councils. Oregon is part of the Pacific Fisheries Management Council, PFMC. But they all met in an annual meeting or biannual meeting recently, and they reached consensus to propose changes to the Magnuson-Stevens Conservation and Management Act to more fully address environmental justice for underserved fishing communities. So as we hear that from various federal agencies and state agencies and the work we do, it's even hitting things like the management councils. And lastly, I would say that I'm really looking forward to attending the 75th anniversary of the Oregon Association of Conservation Districts annual meeting, which is coming up on November 9th and 10th. Thank you, Barbara.
Chair, can I, as a point of order, can I just make sure that my colleague Bruce was not throwing shade at country music in his comments? Because I want to call that out.
It's just a little too cerebral for me, Jamie, but I generally like it. I just don't understand it that much.
Just know when to stop shoveling, buddy. Thank you. Thank you.
Bruce,
Barbara?
I'm sad I'll miss you at OACD's convention. I'll be out of the country at that time, but enjoy. All right, go ahead, Meg.
I just wanted to ask Bruce one follow-up question, if that's okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
Bruce, what was the last thing you mentioned? That maybe it's the conference that Barbara just talked about. I
think we'll hear more about it. It's Jan Lee's organization.
Oh,
they're having
okay.
a two-day annual meeting, and it's their 75th anniversary. And it's really looking at the agenda. It's a phenomenal agenda. I believe our new director will be on the first day on the agenda. So there's a lot going on. Thanks.
Thank you.
So before I move on to the co-chairs, did I miss anybody else? I feel like I got everybody, but forgive me if I've missed somebody. All right, Liza Jane, what do you want us to know?
Good morning, everyone. Yeah, there's lots of great new faces. Welcome, Lisa. Welcome, new board members and staff. Starting to make me feel like an old timer. Hey, Randy. Let's see. Just Liza Jane McAllister, co-chair and representing the public at large. I think what I'd like to share with you is that I just finished a couple weeks, 1st of October, 2 weeks of a what I called a walkabout. Really, it was wandering, truck camping. Went through Idaho, Wyoming, Colorado, New Mexico, circled back to Utah, Nevada, back through Idaho. Felt a little bit like a foreign exchange student. Saw so much country. Only 100 miles of that was probably on the interstate. So lots of getting lost and just really blown away. I live in the most beautiful place in the world, but there's a lot of beauty out here in the West. There's also what I saw was drought, boy, and exasperating the economic decline, the communities we went through that were impacted by COVID. We all are, but these rural small communities are just boarded up, and the range looks bad, and the water is missing, and it mostly makes me curious of how we're going to heal. Through that, I also just went for the first time in maybe a dozen years. I went over the Sandy Am Passes last weekend. So I saw, the effects of the fire and the communities that are gone, and Detroit Reservoir. It's like not there, So I wish that for everyone that could really get out of maybe their comfort bubble and really get to see what's occurring. It really had a big impact on me, and I'm still thinking about it all the time. So another thing that I saw that impacted me was the way that those states seem to tell their story about their value for wildlife and fisheries. And in that, I mean that, you see the effort and the money, infrastructure built to help wildlife cross highways, right? They have a lot of high wildlife fence. They've got underpasses and overpasses. And what that says to the traveler is we value the life and populations of our wildlife. I saw red chili trout waters. I still don't know what red chili trout waters are, but there was signs. And when I saw those signs, I stopped and looked, and I got them again, this message that this state really values, like the entire public values their wildlife and fisheries. In the campgrounds I stayed in, often on those boards where it says how to behave with bears, which is really important, there would also be signs that said these campgrounds are possible due to our hunting and fishing licenses and fees. So again, that like connection of the public to the lands and the value that those states demonstrated. The last was, and I'm sorry, I can't tell you which one, because it was a lot of windshield time, a lot of ground covered, but there was highway signs that doubled their traffic fines like they do for construction, but it was from 7 p.m. to 5 a.m. They doubled their speeding fines, and that was again for wildlife. So I just thought that was really lots of good stuff there. And whenever I see good stuff, I want to copy it. And I think there's more we can do. And Oregon may be doing all those things, but maybe the public doesn't know, or we're not saying loud enough that we all really do care about that. Did I tell you all on what's happening with the fish on the Six Ranch and in our shared OWEB project? Because it's OWEB's too. The Nez Perce Fisheries again brought over 100 spawning Chinook and dropped them 100 yards from where I'm sitting into the Wallowa River this fall. We had new reds, really active reds here on the ranch, which was so exciting to see. They look like sharks in the water. It's like, oh my gosh, there's dorsal fins and lots of action. I'm like, don't even know if I want to wade out there. It's really exciting to see them. Let's see, also because of this work and this good projects we do in a time of water temperatures that were stressing our fish and that were too warm, the water coming into the project was warm. By the time it left the project, just a couple miles, it was cooled off to below 68 degrees. That was in the hottest times of our summer. Our stretch with the temperature loggers never reached a critical level, never over 68 degrees. So these things work, and it makes me feel really proud and happy that we're able to do these with success. So part of my Mac scene is that I have a big monitor, I have a laptop, I have an iPad, I have a phone. They're all connected, they're all beeping, and I have no idea where anything is. So just wait, I want to talk a little bit, just really quickly, about to share some information that our Kyle Bratcher, our district fish biologist, gave in an email. And Randy, I think this will make you happy. Our projected steelhead runs are larger this year, and by 100 fish, which it's the right direction. It's still not good, but it's the right direction. And for coho, I'll read this so I don't mess it up. So it's a bright spot in the world of hydronomous fisheries and coho run. There's nearly 18,000 coho have passed LGD and are expected to break the passage record with over 20,000 fish. And about 4,000 of those are from Lostine origin. The previous record was 18,214. The Nez Perce tribe said the first coho of the year was caught in the Lostine River. So there's a few in Troy occurring, but I think that's great. And the last bit there is that NOAA has told us that there's an 87% chance of La Nina conditions through February. So we're hoping for snow way high and lots of rain down low. So there's hope there. What else? Can't think of a thing. Just really great for that. We're taking a little extra time as co-chairs because this is such a valuable part of our meeting time, and I appreciate everything that everybody's doing and the information you're sharing with all of us. Thank you, Barbara.
Thanks, Liza Jane. All right, looking at our time, I'll be very brief on my update. So Barbara Boyer, co-chair, and I represent the State Board of Agriculture on this board. And I'll touch upon a little bit of our meeting we had. Of course, we all talked about drought and the effect on agriculture, and the Marionberries industry took a 70% loss because of drought. The blackberries was a 40% loss, and the red raspberries were a 74% loss in the drought. And the Christmas tree industry took a very large hit also with drought. And then finally, we had an update on the challenges that ODA is having with the illegal cannabis grows in Southern Oregon, and the challenges of getting on the property and having to engage with local state police and OLCC reps. So it's quite a scary a job some of them have down there with these illegal grows. Well, and with that, that's all I have to report. And I will pass the baton to Liza Jane.
Thank you, Barbara. Let's see, I'm not nervous or emotional right now. I'm just shivering because I need to build a fire. It's getting really cold here. So, but I will we'll move to agenda item B, which is our July meeting minutes. This is an action item. And so if all of you have had an opportunity to review those, the chair would entertain a motion to accept the July meeting minutes.
Madam Chair, I'd be happy to make that motion to approve the minutes.
Thank you. Jamie's made the motion. Mark has seconded. All those in favor signify by saying yes.
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
Yes.
Any opposed? All right, motion passes. Barbara.
Thank you, Liza Jane. All right, we are moving down to public comment. We have 2 people signed up that I'm aware of right now. And I know we're running a little bit behind, so I apologize for that. I will call upon Julius Passay first, please.
Hi, everyone. Just making sure this is up here. Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to provide some comments today and for your important work on behalf of Oregon. My name is Julius Passe. I'm the Executive Director of the Climate Trust. The Climate Trust is an Oregon-based nonprofit that's been funding and managing carbon offset projects for over 20 years, although we do work all across the country. And I'm particularly happy to be, giving some comments before your, excuse me, upcoming discussion on the Climate Committee Statement of Purpose. Getting over a COVID breakthrough case, so I'm a little still coughing a little bit. Apologies. As you know, we've left the precipice of the climate crisis, and we're already heading downslope fast. We need to be bold and do everything we can to save the planet and society. As an organization, we believe that natural climate solutions and land conservation provide a critical framework to addressing climate change, mitigation, and adaptation. Over the years, we have provided forest and grassland conservation projects with carbon-based finance to help them meet their land protection goals. Unfortunately, carbon and carbon finance cannot provide the entirety of the capital needed for conservation projects. But we've similarly found in multiple states where we work that public dollars are also unable to provide 100% of land protection funds. We would like to encourage OWEB to allow carbon projects to be used as matching dollars, where credits will be sold to buyers that are voluntarily deciding to offset their emissions. We believe that combining these two funding sources can help accelerate the pace of land conservation and climate change mitigation. Unfortunately, we run into two projects in the state so far where this has been an as yet insurmountable challenge. We have, on the other hand, provided some matching funds to USDA dollars for some grassland conservation in the northeast part of the state, where we were able to use carbon finance with those public dollars. I wanted to provide a little high-level information on voluntary carbon market projects too. The rules around these carbon projects are established by well-respected nonprofit registries, the American Carbon Registry, Climate Action Reserve, and VERA, or Verified Carbon Standard. The rules are well vetted through a scientific review process and public comment period for all of these registries and the market as a whole. For instance, double counting of emissions claims is not allowed and is tracked. Additionality hurdles, financial additionality, legal additionality, and common practice additionality are well established. OWEB should feel confident in relying upon these established registries to ensure additionality and guard against double counting. I also want to state that we have worked on multiple projects in other states where public funding and carbon finance have been used in tandem to achieve conservation outcomes. I've personally been involved in projects where carbon credit finance has or is being used alongside state fish and wildlife dollars, USDA ALE funds, and USDA RCPP funds to achieve conservation outcomes. I hope we can do the same in Oregon by combining carbon finance with OWEB funding. I think it will go a long way in fulfilling the governor's executive order and directive for state agencies to prioritize actions that reduce GHG emissions in a cost-effective manner. Thank you for your time and the great conservation work that you do.
Thank you, Julius. All right, our second public comment is Kelly Beamer, and I neglected to say you each have 5 minutes, but Julius, you did great. Thank you. So Kelly, welcome.
Thank you, Co-Chair Boyer. Good morning, everybody. For the record, my name is Kelly Beamer, and I am the Executive Director of the Coalition of Oregon Land Trusts. I represent 30 organizations that work with landowners across the state of Oregon to conserve the special places we love for fish and wildlife habitat, a way of life by protecting working farms and ranches, and also really a community that's doubling down on climate action. So it's fortuitous I'm following Julius in his remarks. I just want to welcome Director Sharpilas Hansen. We're so excited to work with you. Our community is thrilled to have you on board. And I also want to welcome the new board members and staff members. I also So sad we're not in beautiful Loudoun County getting to know each other in person. I have 3 topics I wanted to bring up today in the general comments. Number 1 is following Julius's comments just about the forthcoming discussion on the Climate Committee report. Number 2, I want to give the board an update on the Oregon Agricultural Heritage Program. And number 3, I'm going to put on my Oregon Conservation Partnership hat and provide a little bit of an update on behalf of the statewide partnership that we share with the Soil and Water Conservation District community and the Watershed Council community. So bringing it up to the top of the order, I want to start with the Climate Committee report and statement of purpose that was included in the ebook. I want to share, I shared this last meeting, but our members in the land trust community are really doubling down on climate. I'm seeing across the community just a strong commitment to tackle climate change through both providing for adaptation, but also thinking, how can we unleash nature's power to really store and sequester carbon? And really asking ourselves, how do we do our work differently or more at a faster pace, larger scale? Because we know nature can help with this overall goal. So we're doing everything we can right now. And I want to ask, and just express my support for the urgency of action that is expressed in the governor's executive order to natural resource agencies. And as a major funder of natural resource work, I do want to ask that OWEB open up your funding programs to leverage carbon funding. OWEB's strategic plan states, in all things we do, we will be bold, we will overcome barriers. And I really feel like we have to be creative and think, how can we get this done together? And so that is one echo I will have of Julius's comments as well, as you consider adopting the statement of purpose, explicitly including funds from the carbon market. Secondly, I want to share an update on the Oregon Ag Heritage Program. So many of you have actually been leaders, and this is also in the 2018 OWEB strategic plan to fulfill and implement this program. Our members are really committed. This is the only state program that can very nicely match NRCS's ASAP AIL program that's designed to protect ag lands, prevent them from being fragmented and converted. This is a program that we have incredible partnerships across the state with Farm Bureau, Cattlemen, Sustainable Northwest, OECD, the newly formed Oregon Agricultural Trust. And it's critical to be able to protect working lands that have fish and wildlife habitat. So we're all, the groups I just mentioned, doubling down, looking to the short session to secure funds to bring that into the program that OWEB is ready to implement. And we will be doing that lockstep, Lisa, with you, with director and staff that manages that as we move forward with that advocacy effort. And lastly, I am putting on the Oregon Conservation Partnership hat. I am excited to say that we did get out on the land a little bit this summer. Bruce mentioned our tour. Our community of partners across the state, we prioritize opportunities to get legislators, community leaders on these projects to see what can happen when you have successful partnerships on the ground. I'll show really quick. I believe I can do a share my screen here. This is the site that you're seeing of the Upper McKenzie River. It's a really amazing drone point shot before the fire that hit the Upper McKenzie, the holiday fire, and then you see after. And this was slated for a stage 0 restoration project that occurred over the summer. We were able to get out on that property, and you're going to see a familiar face here. In a safe way, we had watershed councils, the local district, Forest Service, EPA out, looking at how we could really look at this landscape as an open palette to do deep restoration. And so that occurred, and we are watching the salmon come back this fall, and it appears it has been already a success. And then just quickly to show you a second, Bruce, you mentioned the tour up in Astoria's watershed. I think that we are all thinking deeply about the co-benefits of protecting land. And the drinking water that we all enjoy comes from, ultimately comes from the land. And the Astoria watershed is an extraordinary blue ribbon example. That's Ben Hayes, the forester. They have been able to fund ongoing stewardship and management through carbon credits in this project. It's incredible, rich ecological forest that also happens to provide clean and reliable water to the communities. And this is lockstep project in line with the governor's water vision that Director Loftsgarden spent so much time stewarding and developing. So it was exciting to share that.
So Kelly, before, can you wrap it up? So it's been 5 minutes. Can you wrap it up, please?
Sure.
Thank you.
I'll be quick. The partnership will be doing 3 diversity, equity, inclusion webinar trainings that are coming up in November 18th. And really, I'll send out, I wanted to invite the staff and board to participate in those as well. So sorry for going over, and thank you for your time.
Thank you, Kelly. All right, so we are going to be moving on to break and see everybody back here at 10 o'clock, please.
Welcome back, everyone. Started to get a fire going and decided for a Carhartt sweatshirt instead. This is Liza Jane, co-chair, and we are going to start agenda item D, which is our committee updates. Really looking forward to this. Stephen, could you get us started with the monitoring committee?
Sure. Steve Brandt, the new chair of the monitoring committee. I first wanted to thank Alan Henning, who was the previous chair, and in fact, I think he was the chair of the monitoring committee since it began. And so thank him for all his hard work on this. And also thank Renee, who has been our handler for this committee. And we're really going to miss her as well, because as you know, our handlers, the OWEB staff, really do a lion's share of the work to keep us abreast of what's going on. Our last meeting we had was September 2nd, and our current committee is Dan Brown, Molly Kyle, and Brenda McComb. And the first thing we did is to welcome Dan Brown to our committee. Tried to assign him a lot of things right off the bat, but he was too smart and caught on right away. We then discussed our monitoring themes for inclusion in the biennial review. And our discussion focused on emphasizing the strong monitoring foundation provided by the strategic plan and ongoing monitoring programs and investments. We expressed some interest in highlighting the importance of some of new focus areas in the context of monitoring, and that includes post-fire impacts and climate-related monitoring. We reviewed the proposed process for vetting new ideas that emerge from board members and or committee processes that emerge from that process to ensure consistent and comprehensive consideration of new activities. We talked about that. We think it's a good idea, but that we had some suggestions about keeping some flexibility in the sense of noting that a lot of ideas may be less formal, may be simpler to follow up, and suggested that maybe some sort of a threshold process go into this routine so that we don't bog down new and fresh ideas and creative ideas and discussion particularly in our meetings. We received a debrief from the Stage Zero monitoring presentation that was made at the July meeting. We also had an update about the discussion that occurred with the DEI committee regarding metrics for measuring success in stakeholder engagement grants. Certainly in terms of stakeholder engagement, there are a lot of routine measures for measuring success of the stakeholder engagement, stakeholder influence on output and so forth. And there are, we started to gather at least one or two of those documents to show what those metrics might be like. And then finally, we touched on monitoring related agenda items for the October meeting, had a review of what we'd be talking about, particularly on telling the restoration story. And in our December meeting, we're going to have a joint meeting between monitoring and the focused investment committees to detail out the structure for piloting post-FIP reporting investments beginning next biennium. That's a very quick review. From what's in the detailed report. Any other members have anything to add? Okay, I guess that's our report, Liza Jane.
Thank you. Good work. Next, we'll have Jamie on the Water Committee, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This report is just short and sweet because we will be discussing this and a potential action item tomorrow. I believe it's item L, where the committee will be recommending to the full board to make the Water Committee a standing committee and to provide some direction on what the committee's specific focus will be. Also, just a side thank you to our former director, Maida Lofstarden, who worked on this, I think literally to the day she left or the day before she left to get this done. So appreciate that. As was mentioned earlier, the state legislature has made a major investment in water, and it will be important to determine, for us to help determine what OWEB's role, or to help be part of that partnership and determine OWEB's role in that statewide effort to make sure we're providing for long-term water security for Oregonians. That includes our investment in natural resources and community resilience. And then just one other side comment, just an update. This, of course, the success of our work is through partnerships. And Governor Brown recently nominated former OWEB board member Jan Lee to join Meg on the Water Resources Commission. So really look forward to the opportunity for that expanded partnership with Jan in her new role. And with that, again, we'll talk about this more tomorrow, but wanted to open up for our water committee members. Is there anything I missed? Hearing none, Chair, I pass it back to you. Co-Chair, I pass it back to you.
Looks good. Thank you, Jamie. Meg, we hear from the Acquisitions Committee.
Yes, this will also, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Yeah, this will also be brief because we'll be taking up the subject at during tomorrow's meeting, but we didn't have, the Acquisitions Committee did not have any policy issues under discussion at this meeting. We used the time to go through the applications that are pending and kind of ask questions, get a better feel for them, with the idea that we could be a useful resource during the discussion tomorrow. And that's all I got. Thank you.
Any questions for Meg or any committee members? Look at us go. However, now I will pass to Bruce to give us a report on Focused Investment Committee and the Climate Committee, please.
Okay. Focused Investment Committee met on September 8th. 4 major items up for discussion. The first being the Oregon plan theme, and the discussion centered around including all 3 strategies from FIP in our theme: investing in landscape restoration over the long term, developing investment approaches that support the healthy communities and strong economies, and fostering experimentation. And after our discussion, Eric took our discussion topics and information and came up with a theme that says large-scale conservation efforts implemented by high-performance partnerships are vital to addressing the various environmental challenges and impacting our watersheds. The FIP program is unique in Oregon as it funds restoration at a landscape scale for multiple years. Long-term restoration investments in communities also may have impacts beyond environmental, and further monitoring may explore the socio-economic benefits of landscape restoration. Thank you, Eric, for doing that. We talked about post-FIP reporting in preparation for our December 8th joint meeting that Stephen mentioned with the monitoring committee. We decided that we would use the progress tracking reports as a starting point, but shifting outputs to outcomes for purposes of the joint meeting. On the technical assistance solicitation schedule, their consultations are occurring now, and we will have a January deadline for the applications in. The committee will meet in June with applicants, and funding decisions by the full board will be in July of 2022. And lastly, the cohort 1 progress training reports, which are 2 pages each, will be shared with the full board in January. That's all for the FIP report. Questions? Climate Committee met on September 16th to discuss a range of topics. We reviewed the staffing updates, the leadership changes at OWEB. Welcome, Lisa, and the new staff member. Welcome, Jesse, and changes and transition changes at the governor's office. We reviewed the process for vetting new ideas that emerged from board members or committees that are destined for board action. That was came out of the previous coordinating committee, and everybody on all the committee members understood that. Were generally supportive. The only caveat was let's not get it so complicated that it slows it down. And we discussed a draft proposal from a subset of the committee members to include a statement of OWEB's purpose regarding climate impacts and climate action. For partners, we talked about the climate urging of climate partners and stakeholders, including OACD's interest in sequestration and COLT's strong support of climate action. We discussed and agreed to reference the governor's executive order, and we will likely include a reference to the Oregon Global Warming Commission report, which just came out in the midst of our meeting, so we didn't get into it at depth. But for those who are interested, it is a well-written report. The committee continued to emphasize the importance of assuring that all of the potential grantees have information and capacity to contribute to climate action goals. And it was, I want to do a shout out to the work that Audrey did on creating the technical resources about climate consideration for OWEB applicants document. It's may not be totally comprehensive, but it is a great start and contains a wealth of information. The committee recognized that virtually all of the previous funded projects by OWEB have climate benefit. And then when we talk about climate, that it's important to understand that we're talking about something that priorities and criteria that are additive rather than replacing established funding decision matrices, whatever. The committee determined that our recommendation for a biennial report would be built from our statement of purpose, even though it has not been approved yet, but it is consistent with what we put in the last regarding climate, what was put in the last Oregon Plan report. And in order to finalize a proposal that we'd be able to look at this meeting prior to an action in January, taking it to coordinating committee, we had another meeting the following week where the committee arrived at a consensus to present a preamble, a statement of purpose, desired outcomes, actions, and a climate lens definition. We talk about climate lens, but we realized there really wasn't a agreed upon definition of what that means. And for purposes of the climate committee reports, we're proposing a definition. Now, I'll do these very quickly. We have a preamble which talks about the executive, and these are in as appendices to our report in the ebook. We have a preamble that references the Governor Brown's executive order, the statement of purpose, which reads, consistent with its mission and statutory framework, and in response to the ever-increasing impacts of global climate change on Oregon's watersheds, including wildfire, extreme weather events, and loss of biodiversity, the Oregon Watershed Enhancement Board will add climate action criteria to its operations and funding decision process. OWEB-funded projects will contribute measurably to climate-smart adaptation, enhancing ecosystem resilience, and reducing vulnerability. So that is what the Climate Committee will be presenting. And for purposes of understanding the climate lens we propose, our definition says, Climate Lens, a project ranking tool designed to determine the relative value of proposals according to how they meet OWEB's established standards of climate action. OWEB climate standards will generally follow IUCN standards, but these may be modified to incorporate specific criteria determined to best fulfill the OWEB mission. And just for a point of reference, the IUCN description is on nature-based solutions. Nature-based solutions are actions to protect, sustainably manage, and restore natural and modified ecosystems in ways that address societal challenges effectively and adaptively to provide both human well-being and biodiversity benefits. And there's a great deal more information in the ebook, but that concludes the committee report.
Thank you. Brenda, I see a hand up. Do you have a comment, question?
Yeah, just a comment. Thank you, Brenda McComb, for the record. I just want to reiterate the announcement by USDA to integrate climate adaptation and other efforts into all of its missions and programs. And this comes from President Biden's whole of government approach to confronting the climate crisis. So we're going to see these same sorts of integrative approaches coming from all federal agencies. And given the governor's executive order, we have the same, in my opinion, have the same mandate. So I think what Bruce and the Climate Committee is proposing here is incredibly timely and probably needs to be viewed as relatively urgent.
Jamie.
Yeah, just wanted to mention, I just stuck the link into those climate adaptation plans that Brenda mentioned in the chat, so folks can click on them and see all the federal major federal agencies have all come out with plans, and they provide some great guidance and great opportunity. So thanks, Bruce and Brenda, for your work on this.
Thank you. Thanks for sharing that, Jamie. Any other comments or questions as we wrap up our committee updates this morning? Looks good. All right, Barbara.
Wow, we are way ahead of schedule. All right, moving on to agenda item E, Director's Update. In our ebook, there are 2 written only updates. If there's any questions or comments on the strategic plan or the KPM update, let me know right now with your hand raised. And if not, I will move on to E3. And Renee, you're going to give us an emergency fire grants for 2021.
Barbara, Randy had a hand up on
I'm sorry.
The first point.
I didn't see. I'm sorry. I was looking at the hand raising, not the screen. Thank you. Go ahead,
Thanks,
Randy.
Barbara.
Go ahead.
Thanks. Randy Labby, for the record, public at large member from Portland. I just wanted to congratulate the staff on the KPM report this year. There were so many extenuating circumstances, and of course, some of these percentages are likely affected by COVID-19 and distort some of the results. But in particular, I wanted to highlight the operations percentage of total funding used in agency operations with a target of 11%, which was 7.7% this year versus 8.79 last year. This is a great accomplishment, and I think particularly for the new board members, when dealing with the public, and you can be very proud that this organization is so efficient and effective. And the downside of that is there is a danger of accumulating a lot of new projects that aren't directly related to our mission. And so beware of that going forward, but be proud of this number, which is competitive with the most efficient foundations throughout the country. And It's something we can highlight with a great deal of pride to the constituency. Thanks.
Thank you, Randy. All right, Renee, are you there? There you are.
I
All right.
am here, Barbara. Am I freezing on Zoom? Because my system is being glitchy. Can you see me
No.
okay?
Yeah, I can see you and hear you.
Okay. Okay, perfect. Just someone please tell me if audio starts to go out. Good morning, co-chairs, members of the board. For the record, Renee Davis, Deputy Director. And I'll be talking with you about Executive Director Update Item E3, which is focused on the 2021 Wildfire Recovery Immediate Response Grants. This is on page 48 of, or at least 48 of the ebook version that I have. Hopefully it's the same for all of you. So this will just be a quick update. If you all remember, during the July 2021 board meeting spending plan discussion for this current biennium, the board allocated $1 million across multiple governor's priorities. 300,000 of that was dedicated to immediate wildfire response grants during this current biennium. So spread across 2 wildfire seasons. And that really did build upon the unique investment that you all made in fall of 2020 following the devastating wildfire season last year. So really just continuation of what you started, clearly at a smaller scale though, given that this was within the governor's priorities line item, but really with those same intents of addressing some short-term response and recovery needs following wildfires in ways that hopefully can then support subsequent work to get ecosystems back on a positive trajectory with recovery. And also what we experienced in 2020, and I'm certain fire seasons prior to that when OWEB was less involved, is there oftentimes are very few immediate funding sources for critical work that needs to be done around near-term recovery and stabilization. So really helping to fill that gap. So we did make a few tweaks to this current year's immediate response offering, given that we have $300,000 to work with for the entire biennium. Clearly being mindful of how we can still utilize those funds across fire impacted areas, but being mindful of the need to really stretch those dollars differently than we needed to last year. This fire season also was different than last year. We had 14 fire impacted areas that you all enabled investments across in following the 2020 fire season, a lot of diversity across the areas impacted there. This year, significant acreage is impacted. A lot of those acreages, though, were in the bootleg fire in particular, about 413,000 acres, I believe, in that single fire alone. So really thinking about some of those differences in terms of the fire impacts and then also the resources available. We did identify 4 fire areas that would be eligible for this year's wildfire immediate response offering, and also carried forward the criteria that we applied to identify fire impacted areas last year. So minimum total fire size of 2,500 acres, and really that key also being how many non-federal acres were impacted. Clearly very concerned about federal acres impacted, but knowing that the majority of OWEB funding really is targeted for voluntary restoration on non-federal land. So the 4 fires that met the criteria for this year are Bootleg and Cougar Peak, both of which have been mentioned earlier in board member comments. Those are in Region 4, Greg Cianella's region. Elbow Creek Fire up in northeastern Oregon. Liza Jane knows that area well. In Kobe's region, and then Skyline Ridge Fire Complex down in the southwest region in Mark Renbemmer's region. So we did allocate funding to these fires in a sliding scale form, given the reduced funding amount that we have for this biennium. So did that by acreage as impacted. So both Elbow Creek and Skyline fall into the less than 25,000 acres of non-federal lands impacted. Both those fires are eligible for $25,000 in immediate response funding. Cougar Peak, given acreage 50,000, and then Bootleg 75,000. So the intent of these funds really is for a big push in the 12-month period following the fires. So addressing those short-term recovery needs between now and end of September of 2022. So working with local partners to ensure that the areas where they're working are identified as high priority areas, either through a federal assessment such as BEAR or ESNR, that can provide a picture of, for example, soil burn severity, or other assessments. Local partners oftentimes will conduct their own post-fire impact assessments. And the funds can be used for a limited suite of conservation practices, mostly around near-term stabilization, so things like cover cropping, mulching, fencing, to protect those burned areas, other stabilization practices that local partners might propose that can address habitat or water quality impacts in the near term, and then log transport and stockpiling for use in future restoration projects. Some of that down wood is critically important for in-stream projects later. And then also technical assistance and stakeholder engagement. We recognize that while the on-the-ground work is critically important post-fire, having the ability to get out, do some of those assessments of impact, work on technical design, engage with landowners to get access to properties for that near-term restoration and recovery work is really a critical need too. So at this point, discussions are underway in all 4 fire areas. Partners are working to identify a lead entity to apply for the funding. That's a structure we used last year. Given the small amount of funding, we can't have folks coming in individually for example, 25,000, 50,000, 75,000. So really working on a coordinated approach. We opened the offering beginning of this month. We will have it open through the end of January. I suspect, though, that we will have applications in maybe even before the end of November from all 4 of those fire areas based on the conversations underway. And again, the funds are eligible for use through September of next year. So all told, we expect this fire season's investment to be $175,000. We will update you at future board meetings about progress associated with those grants. And then as we move into the 2022 fire season and watch that play out, we'll obviously keep you updated about what a subsequent offering next year, if needed, will look like around the immediate response following the 2022 fire season. So with that, happy to answer any questions, knowing that we have an agenda item later today focused squarely on the general fund resources for the 2020 post-fire recovery work. Jamie and then Mark.
Yeah.
Thanks so much, Renee, for your work and for that report. Earlier on in board comments, I believe it was Dan mentioned how wildfire is becoming part of our every year reality. And I'm also reflecting on having special projects that OWEB staff member working on that probably takes a lot of extra effort versus some of that ongoing, the standard ongoing projects. And so I heard you mention that staff will be thinking about it based on what happens next year, but any thoughts about incorporating this type of work into ongoing programs, or whether you think it's more helpful to keep it as kind of a special project? I'm thinking also about that streamlining, how we can combine things. Just wanted to invite you to reflect on that moving forward for our projects.
Thank you for that question, Jamie. I would say in many ways it depends. I think in terms of the immediate response grants, those are something, and Eric Williams can speak to this too as needed, that we were able to, given the board's focus on it last year, we were able to streamline the process enough and have amazing staff who were able to take that on, Kathy Leopold specifically, given existing workload. I would say, though, and we'll talk about it more this afternoon, as we are thinking about, for example, those general fund dollars that are much more significant in magnitude, and what it takes to ensure that we have an accountable and prioritized grant-making process around more significant investments in post-fire recovery. That is a different situation. That I can speak to it directly. I'm doing it right now. It is requiring a lot of staff time to make sure that we are setting that program up in an accountable and effective fashion. So I would say if the board is contemplating some type of more focused investment, and I don't necessarily mean a FIP, but something that is more targeted to post-fire recovery, given that this may be our new normal, we might want to have a conversation around it. It can't necessarily just be added on, given existing workload that staff have. In the case of the general fund dollars, we did get administrative costs for those, and that was very helpful because we would not have been able to shoulder that with existing staff.
Thank you.
Mark?
Two questions, Renee. Have you received or has staff received any feelers from entities out there asking, tell me about the program, what are the details? That's first question. And then second, have we got any applications yet? Even it's only been open a month or so, but have we got any applications?
We have gotten feelers from all 4 fire impacted areas that are eligible this year, and 3 have in progress applications in our online system. I think that a 4th one does too, but may have actually been routed through the wrong grant offering. I think it may be sitting over an open solicitation. So Kobe and I talked about that just yesterday, making sure that they're coming in the right offering. So that's why I mentioned I would not be surprised if by the end of November, or maybe even sooner, we have grant applications in for all 4 of these areas.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Any other questions for Renee? I have a quick one, Renee. So I might be confusing this emergency grant funds with the post-fire recovery funding. Weren't there like 7 areas that were listed at one point? It might, or does that fall under the post-fire recovery funds? I thought there were 7 different areas.
Yeah, you may be remembering. Well, it could either be the 2020 fire impacted areas. So we had a similar offering to this last year for the first time. That actually covered 13 areas
13, okay.
Ultimately.
Okay.
But you also may be remembering the presentation that Eric made in July, which showed a table, I think, of all 13 of those areas, if memory holds, just updating you with a status report. 7 is not ringing a bell for me, but please, other staff, if I'm misremembering something, chime in.
Oh no, I'm probably wrong, but I knew there was more than 4.
Yep.
All right, thank you. That's helpful. Bruce? Bruce, you're still on mute.
I am sorry. That
Okay.
hand's been up for quite some time. I'll get rid of it.
All right.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Renee? All right, moving on down to agenda item E4. Lisa, you are up.
Thank you. For the record, Lisa Sharp-Lohanson, Executive Director with the board. So thanks. I wanted to use this time just to visit with all of you about what I've been doing, and then some things that are going on in the agency, and then kudos out to some people for some extraordinary efforts. So I have really focused my first 3 weeks on getting to know people. I've met with all of our staff in one-on-one meetings, and I think I've met with all of the board members as well, and then started to reach out and meet with some of the partners. Thank you to the board members for your time and advice as I step into this new role. It's much appreciated. And then I think the next thing in terms of my goals moving into month 2, I'm hoping to get out and see some of the projects and then continue to meet partners and grow those relationships. So that's my initial focus, as well as learning the programs within OWEB. I've been doing a lot of noodling around issues that I have really gleaned are important to the board. DEI being one of them, and thinking about how we as a board look at underserved communities and reach out and network there, as well as giving more thought around the discussion that we just had around climate and how we might continue to incorporate climate priorities in the work that we do. So I'm really keen on having more conversations with the board and others as I grow my knowledge and collect information, and hopefully become additive to these conversations moving forward. I think next I would mention our office consolidation. A big shout out to Courtney and staff for the work that they've been doing in getting the office ready to downsize mid-November. There's been an incredible amount of archiving going on, lots and lots and lots of files to go through, as well as cleaning up, putting away, and then also dispersing some of our office furniture, et cetera, and finding homes for it. So it has been a big job, and their work has been tremendous while I've been here. And so I think everybody's excited about what the new footprint for the office is going to look like moving forward, with a much smaller office space, but a different way for us to do our business into the future and still provide the services that are important to people. I wanted to mention an award that one of the partnerships received from the Oregon Land Board recently. The Tide Gate Partnership received a partnership award from the Land Board, and were recognized for their work. And then also, and I'll share it in the link after my comments, Katie Dusak shared a project on Peterson Creek that had funding from OWEB, and it's a video by the Tillamook Estuary Partnership that shows the work that they did replacing a culvert with a bridge and the process of it. And it was one of the first projects that I had the opportunity to look at, even though it was on YouTube. It was exciting, and it really got me excited about the work that we do and what it means in terms of habitat restoration. And so I hope that you all will have a chance to look at that and enjoy the video as much as I did. And then also in terms of acquisitions, just a little bit of follow-up. Tentatively, we're scheduled to sign for a signing on the Bennett acquisition. It's a property in Baker County. I think the board and staff have been working on it for some time, and that's scheduled for mid-November, if my memory serves me correctly. And then just as housekeeping, some of you may know House Bill 2992 passed in the legislature last session, and it really addresses bringing more people into the ability to serve on boards and commissions by providing a stipend for individuals who have income below a certain level. The agencies, the state, are still working through how that's going to happen. When new board members come on, we're anticipating executive appointments will take care of that, and that in terms of finding the acknowledgement. And then we're working through how existing board members will be notified around qualifications, et cetera. So it's new, and we have a little more work to do to completely understand it and how it will impact all of you. But it really does provide an opportunity to allow people to participate more in terms of the government processes. So I'm going to stop there and see if there are any questions that I can answer. Yeah, Jamie.
Thanks. Just briefly, the last point you were mentioning, the House bill, would that include, hypothetically, if OWEB were to establish an advisory board that would help us on some of the issues we're working on, would that also extend to our advisory board members? And Courtney, see what I did right there, but the question, yeah, would that extend to advisory board members?
Okay, so I am going to have to lean on Renee because she did the legislative work and probably is the most familiar with this. And if she doesn't have the answer, Jamie, we'll have to look into it and I'll get back to you. And I think Renee is off.
Yep, Renee must
That's
have
fine.
gotten
We can
off,
do
so.
we can do it later. Let me just throw that
Okay.
out there. So if you could just put that forward, it opens up options for us for some things we may be thinking about, some of the committees.
Yep, I've got it. Thank you.
Mark, I see your hand raised.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to elaborate on one of Lisa's comments regarding that award that the Land Board presented on the Tidegate Partnership. There's two people I want to particularly shout out for, and there's probably others behind the scenes that I'm not aware of, but both Maida and Jillian were the key drivers in that Tidegate partnership. And Jillian, if it wasn't for her, I don't think we'd be where we are today with that partnership. It is a significant effort up and down the coast to fix failing tide gates. And without OWEB staff, and particularly Maida's leadership and Jillian doing the heavy lifting, we wouldn't be where we are today. And so I'm glad that the land board recognized that. Thank you.
Thanks for that, Mark.
All right. Go ahead,
Also,
Lisa.
I would just mention that April posted the link to the YouTube video in the chat for everyone. So again, thank you for your commitment to OWEB and your time in meeting with me over the last couple of weeks. I really do appreciate it.
All right, thank you, Lisa. So I'm proposing that we take a little bit longer of a break since the second part of our day is going to be pretty heavy with deliberations and presentations. So does everybody else feel okay about that? All right, so let's come back at 11:05. Thank you.
Well, welcome back, everybody. I'm sure you're just clicking on. This is Liza Jean, and we are at agenda item F. And this is our spring open solicitation grant offering. And our staff and our PRs will be presenting these to us. So I'd like to get started. Turn it over to
Okay,
you, Eric. Thank you.
thanks very much, Liza Jane, co-chairs, members of the board. My name is Eric Williams. I'm the grant program manager at OWEB. And as we do every 6 months for open solicitation awards, we have a team of RPRs presenting for you today. And I'll just introduce them all first before we get into the presentation. Starting with the North Coast Region 1, we have Katie Duzick. There she is. And Region 2, we've got Mark Grenbemmer. Region 3, we have Willamette Valley, Liz Redon. Region 4 in Central Oregon, Greg Cianella. Region 5, Eastern Oregon, Kobe Menton. And Region 6, Mid-Columbia Basin, Sue Greer. And so what we'll do is present to you, I'll give an overview first, and then using an approach that's a little bit different this time for each of the regions, we're gonna have each regional program representative highlight key habitat concerns and issues that are addressed by the batch of projects that are before you today and recommended for funding by staff. And as I share my screen here, just as a matter of introduction for new board members, every 6 months, we're bringing to you recommended open solicitation awards. This represents almost 60% of the biennium spending plan. And so each time that we come to you for these recommendations, we take what's in the spending plan and divide it essentially by 4 for 3 of the program offering types: restoration, technical assistance, and stakeholder engagement, because those are offered with each solicitation. And divide the spending plan line item in half for the monitoring applications, which we only solicit once a year. And in terms of what is in the spending plan and what the recommendations are before you today, here's the totals on this slide. You can see that we've got roughly $44 million in the spending plan for all 4 grant types. And as I mentioned before, we use as our spending plan, as our award targets, 1/4 of the spending plan balance for restoration, TA, and stakeholder engagement, and about 1/2 for monitoring. And so you can see that we're recommending $11.5 million from today's awards. And that is based on the requests that came in for each of those 4 application types in 144 applications, requesting almost $19 million. So we're about where we are in a typical cycle of a little bit more than half of what's been requested is recommended for award. And as a reminder for some of you and for the new board members with us today, our decision pathway to get to this point begins with the applications, which for this cycle came in April. And then after receipt of the applications, the regional program representatives conduct site visits with applicants and associated partners and landowners that help inform the regional review team members about the applications. And it's important to note there that we have in our rules that we cannot accept new information on the site visit. So once an application is submitted, it is considered complete as submitted, and we can't allow for additional information to be submitted about the applications. But the site visits do help the regional review teams with clarifying questions that they may have about the applications and help inform them for participation in the regional review team meetings. And so those are conducted in each region. For this round of applications, they were conducted in the summertime. And at those meetings, the regional review teams vote on which projects to recommend for funding. And that recommendation comes to staff. Staff then produce the evaluations, which are in your board books. And you may have noticed that 600+ page board book is filled mainly with these evaluations. I know it's a lot of material to review, But over time, we have standardized the approach to writing those evaluations to make it as clear as possible to you as board members and to our applicants about the rationale for the recommendations that are included, the strengths and concerns that the regional review teams identified, along with a concluding analysis that ties those points together, leading to the ultimate recommendation. Then staff takes the projects that were recommended by the regional review teams, looks at the dollar amounts in the spending plan, and draws a funding line with the goal of including in our funding recommendations the projects for which we think will get the most investment value in terms of ecological outcomes and water quality outcomes. And that process, of course, culminates with today's board decision. A note about the composition of regional review teams. We have many agencies represented on them. We do not include any entities that are eligible to receive OWEB grants on our regional review teams. And you can see here that at the top, the orange line is tribes. We have 7 representatives of the tribes on our 6 regional review teams. The green bars represent federal agencies. And you can see we've got pretty healthy participation. All of the teams have representation from BLM, US Fish and Wildlife, and NRCS. And you can see the spread of the other agencies there. The purple line is Idaho Power. They're an active funder in restoration, Eastern Oregon, and many of our projects are matching dollars from Idaho Power. And so we have included them on the Region 5 review team. And in the blue, you can see the distribution of state agency representatives across our regional review teams. ODFW leading with 9 representatives on the 6 teams. DEQ and the Department of Agriculture are represented on all of the teams as well. A note about sage grouse projects. Back in 2015, OWEB, through its board, made a commitment to fund $10 million in projects addressing sage grouse habitat over a 10-year period. And this time around, we've got 3 projects that are improving sage grouse habitat. You can see them listed here. And of note, and I think worthy of celebration here, is that this brings us over the target, along with a couple of recent sage grouse FIP projects that have been funded. And this doesn't mean we stop here at 10 million. We're going to keep going, of course, because the habitat needs remain in sage steppe country. This table just summarizes our staff recommendations by region. You can see, again, the total of all the recommendations is about 11.5 million. And it's important to note here that we do not have regional allocations for our grant awards. As mentioned before, we're looking at trying to get the best value for the investment. And you can see in the right-hand column, there is this time around quite a bit of variation in the recommended dollar amounts. And I did want to just point out here the impact that we're seeing with our FIP investments on open solicitation. And this map shows you the locations geographically of all 11 of the implementation FIPs that have been funded over time. And you look particularly here at Region 5 in Eastern Oregon, we've got 4 different FIPs. We've got the Oregon Model to Protect Sage Grouse. We've got another sage grouse FIP in Baker County. We've got the Harney Basin Wetlands FIP and the Upper Grand Ronde FIP focused on anadromous fish habitat. And so all 4 of those FIPs are drawing projects that would ordinarily come in through open solicitation. And the same is true in Region 6 with the John Day Basin FIP, which is funded at $4 million per biennium. These are projects that very clearly would otherwise be coming in through open solicitation. Region 4 has an impact from the FIP as well. The Deschutes FIP is also drawing from projects that otherwise would come in through open solicitation, as well as the Warner Basin FIP. Regions 2 and 3 FIPs are a little bit different in that regard, in that both the Ashland and the Rogue Forest FIPs focused on dry type forest habitat. We're not necessarily drawing projects that used to come in through open solicitation. These are large scale initiatives, some of you are familiar with, to address dry type forest habitat through thinning and prescribed burning and things like that. That's not to say that those projects will not across the state be coming into open solicitation in the future. It's just that prior to these FIP investments, OWEB hadn't been very active in those types of projects, and so they've had less of an impact on what's coming in through open solicitation. And in Region 3, the Willamette FIP is represented by this oval. Those projects are focused on the main stem Willamette River, which prior to the FIP hadn't been coming in through open solicitation. And so those are some of the impacts that you see that contribute to the kind of uneven investment across OWEB's regions. And this just gives you the dollar figures that I went over in explaining those FIP investments. You can see Region 5 is the leader here with $7.5 million in the previous biennium invested in those 4 FIPs. These maps are in your board books showing the locations of each of the projects, including the staff recommendations for funding and those projects that are below the line. And we'll be hearing from the RPRs about those projects momentarily. Just wanted to cover briefly some of the metrics here. Now, numbers like this can be kind of abstract, but when you think about them, they really do tell a story of how impactful that $11 million of investment is in terms of the amount of habitat that's affected by these projects. Really significant numbers here across the board in terms of different habitat types and the impacts that these projects will have on them. Our technical assistance projects also have some pretty impressive metrics here, showing you the number of stream miles, the number of acres, number of plans and designs that will be produced through those technical assistance projects. And I wanted to close the intro on some notes about tribal participation in applications. We've had questions from board members over time about this, and so we've been paying attention to ways in which tribes participate in OWEB funded projects. And you can see here that for the applications in this cycle, 24% of them have tribal participation, and that's represented in a number of different ways. Sometimes they're the applicant, sometimes they're providing match, sometimes they're the landowner or a contractor for implementation. In other cases, they're partners or supporters or technical team members or board members of an applicant organization. And interestingly, staff did an analysis just to see whether or not there are differences in the influence of tribal participation on OWEB grant applications. And in this chart across the top, you can see the statewide figures for the percentage of applications received that were recommended for funding. And here the statewide total is 62%. The middle bar represents those 24% of applications that had tribal participation, and you can see a higher success rate here of 74% versus applications that don't have tribal participation at 58%. Now, this, of course, is a snapshot in time, so we're not drawing any bigger conclusions from it, but it is an indicator that tribal involvement is crucially important to a lot of our projects across the landscape in Oregon. And at this point, I'm going to turn it over to Katie Duzick to highlight some of the recommendations in the North Coast Region 1. So, Katie.
Thank you, Eric. Good morning, co-chairs, members of the board. I'm Katie Duzick, and I am the Regional Program Representative for Region 1, which is also known as the North Coast. And my fellow RPRs and I hope to get you better acquainted with the projects that are before you today for funding. And we also hope to give you a better feel for some of the things that are going on in our regions. And so, as Eric mentioned, as we take you around this little virtual tour, we each plan to focus on a particular habitat or species that is common in our region and that is represented in the project portfolio today. And before I get started, I would like to acknowledge the hard work of the regional review team members. They're really the backbone of our grant making process, and the valuable time that they donate is absolutely critical to our success. And so welcome to Region 1. Region 1 covers the coastal lakes watershed south of Florence and extends north, encompassing many coastal river watersheds on the way. It wraps around the lower Columbia and extends inland to the Scappoose Bay. And I wanted to mention a little bit about the ecoregions that are present in Region 1, and several other of my colleagues will be doing the same. Region 1 is primarily composed of two significant ecoregions. We've got the Coast Range and the nearshore. The Coast Range is pretty diverse. We've got open sandy dunes all the way to lush coniferous forests, tide pools to headwater streams. And the Coast Range ecoregion encompasses the entire length of the Oregon coastline, then extends east, as you can see, to the Klamath Mountains and Willamette Valley ecoregions. And of note for the work that we do is that the Coast Range contains the highest density of streams found in the state. So next slide, please. And so Region 1 is well known for funding restoration and conservation projects that are centered around our in-stream and other types of aquatic habitats. And I think almost every other time I've come before the board to talk about our projects, I've mentioned coho salmon recovery and other fish species, which are a really high priority for our regional partners. But the Coast Range has a lot of other habitat types and species too, and some of which are shown here to reflect the diversity of the area, which is somewhat unsung, I would say. But over the past decade, projects have become increasingly diverse as our OWEB partners have adopted a ridgetop to ridgetop approach to watershed restoration. And then in recent years, we funded forest ecology projects. We funded acquisition projects that are focused on late seral forests. And we've also got some coastal prairie projects in our portfolio, to name a few. And I'm going to focus on coastal prairie today. Next slide. And so coastal prairie is something you don't hear about from me very often, but it's one of the coast's most imperiled habitat types. It supports many rare prairie dependent species, some of which are seen here. And these species, populations of these species have become increasingly small and disjunct as the habitat has become more rare. It's rare because the natural disturbance regimes have been interrupted. These coastal prairies are really nice places to build houses. And then we've also got some invasive species troubles that I will be talking about. So next slide, please. So there's a lot of benefits to restoring this habitat type. We've got many prairie specialists, as I mentioned, which are quite rare. Lots of species that prefer open habitats and grassland, including many pollinators, such as the sand verbena moth and the Oregon silver spot butterfly shown here. And restoring coastal prairie can have a big boost to biodiversity. We've got a lot of forest cover on the coast, and so providing these open spaces can really benefit wildlife in addition to boosting our biodiversity. But we've got a lot of challenges with this type of restoration. And in particular, these natural disturbance regimes that I mentioned have been interrupted or interfered with modern conditions. Fire, which was once a more common part of our landscape and sort of cultivated some of the prairies by the indigenous people, have been mostly suppressed. It's difficult to do burning these days. And another natural disturbance regime that I'm really interested in is the sand transport dynamics. And so in the upper right-hand corner of that challenges half of your screen, you see European beachgrass marching across the landscape. This species, in addition to kind of taking up all the room, also has dramatically changed the way that our dunes function and has cut off the sand supply, which are more inland dune meadows, which are a type of coastal prairie habitat needs to survive and thrive. And can you go back to the previous slide? I'm sorry, I did not. Okay, thank you. Another species here that I wanted to talk about is the hairy cat's ear, that yellow flower, which those of you on the west side may know as the reason why you have to keep mowing your lawn in September. It's got these really flat basal rosettes that take up all the real estate, and it's a really big problem in coastal prairies and super hard to manage for. And lastly, one of the challenges is lack of plant material. There's just really not a lot of plant material available to do coastal prairie restoration, should you be willing to take on those other challenges. So next slide, please. OWEB is a relatively new funder in coastal prairie work. We've joined many partners who have been at this for some time. We funded some technical assistance projects starting in 2019 that get at addressing some of those challenges. And we have also started to fund some restoration. So next slide, please. I'm going to highlight in your projects recommended for funding today, 2 projects that have a nexus with coastal prairie. The Northwest Oregon Restoration Partnership Project is a long-running partnership that provides plant material to restoration partners and helps leverage region-wide resources. And they're growing out some coastal prairie species as well. And then also West Sand Island, which is a island in the middle of the Columbia River. You can see it's almost in Washington, but it's still in Clatsop County. This is about as far north as it gets here on the North Coast for restoration projects. This site is really significant for coastal prairie, and they are talking about restoring almost 50 acres. So next slide, please. I'm going to start by highlighting West Sand Island of those 2 projects. As I mentioned, it's an island. It's 600 acres. It has long been recognized as a significant site for native plant communities, and it's on the Oregon State Register of Natural Heritage Sites. It's been utilized for dredge spoils by the Army Corps of Engineers for some time, which has impacted its overall ecological function. But found within this island are some remnant coastal prairies that are really high quality and were once described by John Christie. And in that aerial photograph of West Sand Island, you can see the browner areas in kind of ringed by that European beach grass and Scotch broom all around it. And that is the native remnant prairie, which is being rapidly invaded by European beach grass and other invasives. And on the right-hand side of your screen, you can see in the top, that's what the invaded prairie looks like. And although that lower picture of the gentleman doing some plant surveys is not that exciting since it was taken in the off season, but there's a lot of space in between those native grasses and forbs that allow for habitat that's attractive to species such as our native pollinators and the streaked horn lark. And so this existing coastal prairie is really threatened right now. And so there's an element of urgency to get in there and help restore the habitat and protect what's left. And our partners at CREST, the Columbia River Estuary Study Task Force, will be doing just that by restoring 48 acres through site preparation and planting, and they're going to be burning the site. And so without restoration, this native prairie will be at risk of being lost. And this builds on an OWEB funded technical assistance project that we awarded funds for in 2020. So next slide, please. So another project with the Coastal Prairie Nexus today and for your consideration is the Northwest Oregon Restoration Partnership. This is an integral program on the North Coast that propagates and distributes native plant material of appropriate coastal genetic stock, which is important for us, to partners. Over 30 partners receive NORP plants every year. And this addresses a significant barrier to successful restoration that you'll hear about too later when my colleague Liz Redon talks about our prairie projects over in the Valley. And so prior to NORP, as we affectionately call this partnership, partners had a really tough time obtaining native plant material that's adapted for the coastal environment. Many of the nurseries are located outside of the coastal area, and while the differences may seem slight, they're actually pretty significant when you're trying to get plants established in these highly specific conditions. So this here is the early blue violet featured in the pots there. That is the host plant for Oregon silver spot butterfly. And NORP grows out a lot of these for our coastal prairie restoration practitioners. They also do a bunch of seed collection. They're also visible there at the Nestucca National Wildlife Refuge. That's where that fellow is seed collecting. And then they have some greenhouses where the plants are grown out for use in restoration projects. And OWEB supports that effort as a restoration project. So next slide, please. In conclusion, for the Region 1 presentation, I just want to thank all the partners who have been involved in some of the projects that I talked about today. As I mentioned, they've been working really hard for some time at figuring out this coastal prairie puzzle, and OWEB is looking forward to working with them moving forward on restoring this important habitat type. And with that, I will turn it over to my colleague, Mark, who's going to tell you about estuaries. Thank you.
Thank you, Katie. Good morning, co-chairs. Good morning, board members. For the record, Mark Grenbemmer. I'm the Region 2 program representative. I'm located down in Medford. The Southwest region, or Region 2, includes Jackson, Josephine, Coos, Curry, and Douglas counties. Currently, the board provides funding for about 12 watershed councils, as well as the 7 soil water conservation districts that we have down here. The photo that you're looking at is of the Coquille River. It's at one of the project sites that you'll be considering later today, the North Bank Restoration Project. I'd like to thank Kaylee Sowers of Coos Soil Water Conservation District for providing me the photo. Today, I'll be highlighting several projects before you from Region 2 that seek to improve conditions in 2 Southwest Oregon estuaries and associated tidal wetland areas, specifically in the Coos and the Coquille River systems. Next slide, please. So this slide is an aerial photo of the mouth of Palouse Creek. Palouse Creek is a direct tributary to the Coos estuary. It enters in Hayes Inlet. Just to kind of orient you, if you look kind of right of center and then up a little bit, you'll see the road crossing. That's actually where a tide gate is located that will be before you guys later for consideration. I'd like to thank Allison Tarbox of the Coos Watershed Association for the use of the picture. So estuaries and associated tidal wetlands are unique and important natural environments. They contain a wide range of habitats and ecosystems that support a diversity of species of fish, shellfish, aquatic plants, and animals, including providing vital nesting, breeding, rearing, and feeding habitats. And this also includes habitat that's really important to ESA-listed coho salmon. The restoration of floodplain and tidal wetland areas is a top priority for coho recovery in federal, state, and local action plans. Additionally, these areas are of great cultural importance to Native peoples. So what's the status of tidal wetlands in the Coos and Coquille? Well, historic land use practices have substantially decreased the amount and quality of floodplain complexes. These lands were cleared and levied and tide gated and drained for agricultural purposes in the late 19th century, substantially altering the land from the historical state as a tidal swamp. The amount of tidally influenced wetlands has been reduced to around 5% of historical acreage. For example, in the Coquille River Valley, historically, there was an estimated 17,500 acres of estuary wetlands. Around 1870, as European settlers began to converting the wetlands and clearing tree species for other purposes, basically that resulted in, by 1992, there was only about 373 of that original 17,500 acres left. The conversion of tidal wetlands has severely decreased habitat values and fish access to critical off-channel overwintering habitat, and has probably contributed significantly to the decline of coastal coho salmon. Next slide, please. For this picture, I'd like to thank Cindy Curtis of the Coquille Watershed Association. This photo is from construction activities during the Phase 1 Seastrom Tide Gate replacement project on the Coquille River. The slide also identifies the projects before the board today from Region 2 that seek to support or improve conditions in estuary and associated tidal wetland habitat areas. Their funding will positively impact the future of estuary conditions in the Coos and Coquille rivers. From a technical perspective, the OWEB investment in the 4 TA projects before the board will result in the development of a coho strategic action plan for the Coquille River Basin, which when completed will direct targeted watershed enhancement efforts focused on coho recovery and resiliency. Estuary and tidal wetland areas will likely be a large focus of that work. Additionally, the investment will result in an alternatives analysis for actions on a property in the lower Coquille that will address a lack of floodplain connectivity and hydrologic connections, a lack of native plant diversity, and a current monoculture of reed canary grass. The investment today will also allow for final design work on a tide gate upgrade to occur on Palouse Creek, which is a critical first step in the comprehensive basin scale restoration that's planned for Palouse Creek. On Noble Creek, project work will support the development of technical designs to implement restoration of functional fish passage to 6.4 miles of coho habitat and approximately 90 acres of critical off-channel wetland and tidal habitats. Looking at restoration fund investments, the support of a muted tide gate regulator to restore and maximize fish passage, reconstruction of 4,500 feet of sinuous tidal channel, riparian fencing and reestablishment of native riparian vegetation, and installation of large woody debris to restore habitats will occur on a historical tidal salt marsh in the lower Coquille River. And finally, monitoring funding will support the continued operation of a high-quality hydrologic and meteorological monitoring network in the Coos watershed, gathering data and supporting analysis of information distribution. The data collected from this project will help design current and future projects and support modeling efforts, particularly modeling efforts that occur in the estuary. Next slide, please. This photo depicts the new tide gate that's now installed at the Seastrom project on the lower Coquille River. I'd like to thank Cindy Curtis from the Coquille Watershed Association for use of the photo. The slide illustrates the diverse and effective partnerships established by all three applicants. Please note several partners are consistent between the groups and that these three applicants also partner and support each other in the project work. These partners have long-standing working relationships, as evidenced by some of these dating back to the formation of the watershed associations in 1994. These partnerships make well-rounded teams and take advantage of the strengths these groups bring to the table, including technical resources, outreach, administrative, monitoring, planning, design, and of course, funding. A great example is the recently awarded stakeholder engagement grant that OWEB provided to these three groups. They're working together, targeting engaging landowners with tide gates in the Coos and Coquille River basins. Next slide, please. So what you're actually looking in the background of this is the slide is depicting some of the restored tidal wetland area on the lower Coquille River. I'd like to thank Cindy Curtis of the Coquille Watershed Association for this photo as well. Project partners have a strong track record of developing and utilizing assessments and strategic action planning documents to focus their restoration efforts. All projects have a strong basis in strategic planning, and work proposed addresses key recommendations from those plans. It's worth noting that the projects that I identified earlier address 3 of the 7 ecological priorities established by the board for the FIP program. These include aquatic habitat for native fish species, coastal estuaries in Oregon, and coho habitat and populations along the Oregon coast. Consideration and planning to reduce the impacts from climate change and building resiliency is a common theme in the work that these applicants perform. Next slide, please. So the next 2 slides are actually going to highlight the approach and resulting projects that the applicants have taken to methodically implement these meaningful efforts to address priority limiting factors in the planning document shown in the previous slides. Individual projects build on previous work to expand the restoration footprint, bringing meaningful sections of tidal wetlands back into functioning and productive state, accessible to the species dependent upon these habitat types for survival. So this slide is a map of the restoration projects, both implemented and proposed, tied specifically to providing access to tidal habitats and enhancing and promoting their function on the Coquille River. These projects have been spearheaded by an array of partners, including the Coquille Watershed Association, the Coos SWCD, and other partners such as Beaver Slough Drainage District, TNC, and ODFW. I'd like to thank Melanie Dunn for the use of the map and for her making it. For an example, in the Coquille Watershed Association has been involved in the implementation of several projects in the Coquille River Tidal Zone to improve fish passage and habitat conditions. Combined, these 3 project sites include 3 new tide gates, 11.5 miles of tidal channels, over 50 acres of riparian planting, and 1.5 miles of livestock exclusion fencing on working ranches. These projects were designed to be compatible with the agricultural production that was valued, that those properties are valued for as well. Next slide, please. So also a map of projects, but now we're looking at the Coos watershed. I'd like to thank Freeland Reeser with the Coos Watershed Association for the use of the map. I'd like to point out the map highlights the important work that Coos Watershed Association has done throughout the basin, including the estuary and tidal areas, as well as many of the upland areas. I'd also like to just mention that robust effectiveness monitoring and research is a noteworthy component of project work that the 3 applicants have collaborated in several cases. Coos Watershed Association has a long running coho life cycle monitoring program running in portions of the estuary and direct estuary tributaries of the Coos River. Coquille has a robust monitoring program established to gauge the effectiveness of tide gate replacements on fish and water quality, and it's expanding our current understanding of the coho movement in the floodplains and the effectiveness of new tide gate technology. Implemented in partnership with ODFW, the initial monitoring, the coho monitoring data is really encouraging. Next slide, please. And just in conclusion, I'd like to draw your attention to a quote by Melanie Dunn from the Coquille Watershed Association, and also thank Allison Tarbox with the Coos for providing the slide. This is an aerial photo of the mouth of Palouse Creek, again, where it enters Hayes Inlet. You can kind of see the existing tide gate a little better and how it connects into Hayes Inlet. So in wrap up, estuaries and associated tidelands are unique and important natural environments. They contain a wide range of habitats and ecosystems that support a diversity of species. The restoration and protection is critical to the recovery of ESA listed coho, as well as the health of a multitude of other species. Partnerships and planning are important themes in the success of this work, and OWEB funding is a key part of making this work possible. Investing in this work helps build climate resiliency in areas of great cultural importance to Native peoples. And at this time, I would like to pass it over to Liz Radon, Region 3, and thank you for your time.
Great, thank you, Mark. And good morning, co-chairs and members of the board. For the record, my name is Liz Redon, and I'm the regional program representative for Region 3, which is the Willamette region. And it covers the Willamette Valley floor along with the western slopes of the Cascade Mountains and the eastern slopes of the Coast Range. And today I will be focusing on oak woodland, savanna, and prairie habitats in the Willamette. Since the early 1800s, explorers, settlers, and naturalists have noted the unique and striking nature of Willamette Valley oaks. Journal entries and reports contain descriptions such as country undulating, rich soil, light with beautiful solitary oaks. And the oak groves on the slopes of the hills appear like orchards of the finest park scenery. And lastly, to the eye, the country, particularly the left bank of the river, is very beautiful. Wide, extended, undulating prairies scattered over with magnificent oak trees and watered by numerous tributary streams. Prior to the European colonization in the 1800s, the Willamette Valley was dominated by prairie, oak savanna, and oak woodland habitats that totaled approximately 2 million acres, which supported 25,000 Kalapuya people and 19 tribes and bands, and a wide diversity of plant and wildlife species. We now have less than 7% of the historic Willamette Valley oak habitat remaining, and less than 2% of the historic upland prairie and savanna habitats remaining. To give you an idea of what that impact looks like, these maps provide a comparison between historic habitat and a more recent extent of these habitats. The brown areas are the oak habitat and the yellow areas are the grasslands, and they're mapped based on the General Land Office surveys done in the mid-1800s. As you move to the right, you can see a dramatic decrease to only just speckled dots across the map. Next slide, please. So the obvious question is, how did we lose so much of this habitat? The limiting factors affecting Willamette oak and prairie habitats echo those affecting Region 1 coastal prairie. With European colonization came fire suppression and displacement of indigenous people. This disrupted the relationship between indigenous people, the land, and fire. The loss of indigenous fire in combination with land conversion for residential and agricultural development, along with also invasive plant species introductions, together resulted in widespread habitat loss. The lack of fire also allowed woody plants like Douglas fir to encroach into oak and prairie habitats and outcompete those slower growing open form oaks. This reduces oak crown size and also acorn production, which causes negative impacts to the whole ecosystem and the food web. Next slide, please. Fortunately, oak and prairie restoration projects are becoming more common in the Willamette Valley, and we have learned more about how to restore these habitats, and also as more resources have become available for this work. The current projects recommended for funding build on previous investments in oak and prairie habitats. This map focuses on oak and prairie habitats in the Eugene area where we've had OWEB investment over the last 10 to 15 years. So the green dots are projects that have already been completed in that time period, and the red dots are projects that are recommended in this current cycle of grants. Collectively, these individual project dots come together and build significant habitat connectivity necessary for oak and prairie restoration to be effective. This has not been random, but a result of intentional partnerships and collaborative strategic planning. Next slide, please. Behind those dots is a network of OWEB grantees, local, state, and federal government agencies, technical experts that have all been working together with public and private landowners over the past 10 years, utilizing a united vision called Rivers to Ridges that aligns partners towards similar goals for watershed restoration, public engagement, land protection, recreation, education, and long-term planning efforts. Technical experts and documents such as the Oregon Conservation Strategy and recovery plans for prairie species have been used together to identify and prioritize restoration efforts. And open solicitation grants have been used to strategically leverage with other fund sources, including Natural Resource Conservation Service, Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife, and the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service to implement these projects. These groups are also elevating their work above and beyond the Eugene area to participate in larger scale strategic action planning conversations. Because to be successful, we need a broad, connected oak and prairie habitats at a Willamette Valley scale. Next slide, please. So how do we restore these habitats? These photos provide examples of the restoration actions that are needed to restore these oak and prairie habitats. First, we need to thin oak stands and remove those encroaching Douglas fir. You can see before and after photos of a project site in the Eugene area. You are actually looking at the same site, so you can see there is significant tree removal that has occurred there. Next, regular burning maintains open prairie and habitat and improves habitat health for hundreds of native fire-adapted plants and the wildlife that also rely on them. Burning replenishes soil carbon, manages pests and pathogens, increases food production in oaks and native plants, keeps the land open for wildlife to be able to sieve and move freely through that area, and also reduces wildfire spread. And then lastly, we can restore the native plant community, which also contributes to the recovery goals for several plant species listed in the Endangered Species Act, such as the Willamette Valley daisy. Although you are not looking at a picture of the Willamette Valley daisy, it will show up in the next slide. So go ahead to the next slide, please. So here's a breakdown of the current recommended investments into those oak and prairie restoration actions that we just discussed that are covered in this recommended set of projects. So with 4 restoration grants and 1 monitoring grant, Willamette daisy will be reintroduced on 205 acres, and the effectiveness of these efforts in achieving recovery goals for Willamette daisy will also be monitored. Native plant communities will be improved on 114 acres. 148 acres will be thinned to remove conifers. Invasive species will be controlled on 190 acres, and 60 acres will be burned. You may have noticed a term change here from the last slide. So in the last slide, I used the term ecological burning. And in this slide, I use introducing cultural burning. And I wanted to take a moment to talk about this a little bit. The Longtom Watershed Council's restoration project is not just using fire to restore the ecology. This project focuses on decolonizing restoration practices and honoring Indigenous people by incorporating tribal fire capacity building and training. As described in the application, the restoration of the Willamette Valley oak prairie habitats is inseparable from and incomplete without the concurrent restoration of tribal burning practices and tribal relationships to the landscape. Burning rejuvenates the land, renews culture, sustains traditions, supplies cultural resources, and generates ecosystem services and services to ecosystems. In this way, Indigenous fire use is an ecosystem-wide, integrative, multi-benefit set of practices that establishes reciprocal and symbiotic fire-adapted relationships between culture and landscape. This relationship cannot be reduced to simply using fire as a tool within a subsistence lifestyle serving only humans, but rather that Indigenous burning itself is an expression of culture, spirituality, and fulfillment of responsibility to the well-being of the ecological community. Reintroduction of fire with Indigenous leadership has the potential to simultaneously meet ecological objectives while restoring the reciprocal human relationships required to preserve biodiversity and habitat function. Next slide, please. Willamette oak and prairie habitats support a diversity of unique species that are culturally significant, listed as endangered or a strategy species under the Oregon Conservation Strategy. More than 200 native wildlife species found in the Willamette Valley are dependent on oak. With the recommended investments, we are starting to build back oak and prairie habitats that have dramatically disappeared since the 1800s. And with that, I will pass it over to Region 4 with Greg. Thank you.
Thank you, Liz. Good morning, members of the board. My name is Greg Cianella. I'm the Regional Program Representative for Region 4, the Central Oregon region. I'm going to give you a geographical and ecological overview of the region. Then we're going to take a deeper dive into the Upper Klamath Lake Basin to talk about a few projects before you today, focusing on native fish recovery. The map on your screen is our statewide regions map, and I put it up here to showcase the different counties of my region. So starting from the north going south, we include the counties of Hood River, Wasco, Jefferson, Crook, Deschutes, Klamath, and Lake. Next slide, please. Ecologically, it's an incredibly diverse region. It spans across 4 different ecoregions, and that's representative in the types of projects that we receive. They are ridgetop to ridgetop, focusing on aquatic and terrestrial habitats and emphasizing on a lot of priority conservation species within those habitats. Next slide, please. So this is a statewide watershed map from a pretty high level, but it's really just to showcase the different watersheds in Region 4. So from the north to the south, we include the Hood River watershed, a few small tributaries that feed the Mid-Columbia, the 15-Mile Creek being one of them, the entire Deschutes River watershed, including the Crooked River arm, and then in the Goose and Summer Lake basins in Lake County, we have drainages that include Silver Lake, Summer Lake, the Warner Lakes Basin, Lake Abert, and Goose Lake. And then in Klamath, we have the Upper Klamath Lake watershed and the Lost River area as well. Next slide, please. So this is a slide of the Upper Klamath Lake watershed, but this is where we're going to focus the rest of our time today in Region 4. So the Upper Klamath Lake watershed it encompasses the rivers of the Wood, Williamson, and Sprague rivers, including a few drainages that come off the southeast slopes of the Cascades. These all flow into Agency Lake and then form Upper Klamath Lake. We're going to talk about 2 projects that benefit bull trout and 1 project that benefits red band trout. Next slide, please. So a little bit about bull trout. They were listed as an endangered species in 1999. This is a map of the Pacific Northwest identifying the 6 different recovery units. The Klamath unit that we're going to focus on is in the southern portion of this map, circled in blue. Bull trout are a cold water dependent species. They require cold and clean water. Historically, they were regionally abundant, but more recently they have been succumbed to the upper headwaters of our watersheds. Next slide, please. So the threats to bull trout specific in the Klamath area, ironically, is its cousin, the brook trout. This is a trout species indigenous to the eastern part of the United States. Unfortunately, it was brought here for recreation purposes, and it is known as the bully on the block. and is a pretty big detriment to bull trout in these headwater streams. Habitat fragmentation, that's pretty similar to what our other native fish have problems with. This is culverts, dams, significant blockages to accessing different habitats. And then given that these critters are been pushed primarily to our headwater streams, forest practices and wildfires have also been a pretty big detriment to the recovery of bull trout. The U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, which is the federal management agency, developed a plan in 2015. Within that plan, they identified 3 specific core areas. The map on the lower right identifies those core areas. So the core area on the left portion of the map is the Upper Klamath Lake core area. We're going to talk about one project there. The areas to the right on the north end is the Sycan River, and then on the south is the Upper Sprague River core area, and we're going to talk about one project there as well. Next slide, please. So a project that was recently completed in the Upper Klamath Lake core area that is being used as somewhat of a model for successfully addressing these limiting factors is on Sun Creek. Sun Creek originates on the Crater Lake National Park. Over 20 years ago, some biologists there recognized that bull trout were there, albeit in pretty small numbers. Also recognized that brook trout was having a pretty big detriment to their population. And so some efforts began to control brook trout and get them out of those headwater streams. And after years of doing this and having some success, a broader restoration program was implemented further down on Sun Creek. And the map you're looking at actually shows a point of diversion, which passage was restored, and then a new stream channel that was created from that point of diversion all the way to the headwaters of the Wood River. And I show this map because it really does pave the way for the project that is in front of you today. And so this was completed in 2017, and our local partners, Trout Unlimited and the biologists at the Crater Lake National Park, are actively monitoring both the removal of brook trout and seeing how far and wide these bull trout can move. Next slide, please. So a technical assistance project in front of you today is located on Annie Creek. Annie Creek is directly south of Sun Creek. This map shows the lower portion of Annie Creek, and the first 4 barriers, barriers 1, 2, 3, and 4 have been addressed. Passage has been restored. The technical assistance proposal in front of you today would provide engineer design plans to provide passage at those upper 4 barriers, barriers number 5, 6, 7, and 8. Annie Creek, similar to Sun Creek, originates on the Crater Lake National Park. It currently does not have bull trout, but once these limiting factors can be addressed, it is the #1 priority for reintroducing bull trout. This project will open up 10 miles of available habitat and hopefully allow for more opportunities for these bull trouts to spread their fins a little bit, get out of Sun Creek, go into Upper Wood River, and then hopefully come into Annie Creek and access all the available habitat that is there. Next slide, please. So now we're going to transition over to the Upper Sprague core area, and this technical assistance proposal in front of you today would look at developing designs plans for 6 culverts. The 2 culverts on the left side of this map, Leonard and Brownsworth Creeks. These 2 systems currently have bull trout. The 4 barriers in the upper right portion of the map on the Upper South Fork Sprague do not have bull trout, but the thought is that once these barriers can all be addressed, bull trout would have the ability to move and migrate and access the suitable habitat above those 4 barriers where cold and clear water exists. This project has become ever so important because this past summer, unfortunately, the Boot Lake fire ran through all of the core habitat. Next slide, please. To give you an example of the impacts of the Boot Lake fire, these pictures were taken by Forest Service staff in August of the summer, and the top 2 pictures are taken from the culverts that this technical assistance proposal would correct once those are all designed and implemented. The upside of all this is that all the local partners, NGOs, state, federal, and tribal folks are currently working to employ some immediate measures to mitigate the impacts of these fires, clearly the biggest one being sediment transport and mobilization into these little stream channels. But it does provide some emphasis to help solve these passage solutions so these bull trout species can move out and have more accessible habitat for them. Next slide, please. So I'd be remorse not to talk about native fish recovery in the Upper Klamath Lake Basin and not talk about red band trout. They are designated as a sensitive species. I would say that they are the definition of resilience. If anybody's traversed the Upper Klamath Lake watershed, you know how diverse the landscape is and how variable the habitat can be throughout the seasons. And spawning surveys that have been going on for over 20 years have indicated that spawning habitat is the biggest limiting factor for these fish. And so these fish like to spawn in the spring-fed systems that have abundant gravel, much like the picture to the right that you're looking at. And so the restoration proposal in front of you today for funding would open up over a mile of new spawning habitat for these fish to occupy. And so I just want to close by saying that it's incredible to watch the partners work in the Upper Klamath Lake watershed. They recently completed an Upper Klamath Lake watershed action plan. And with the looming removal of 4 dams on the Klamath River, there's a lot more to come. So stay tuned. Thank you so much. And I'm going to turn it over to my colleague, Kobe.
Thank you, Greg, and good afternoon, everybody. Board co-chairs, board members, for the record, I'm Kobe Menton, OWEB's Region 5 program representative. Today, I will be talking about OWEB's Region 5 geography, sage-grouse conservation, and OWEB's contribution to sage-grouse habitat improvement in Oregon. All photos in this presentation are from OWEB Region 5 grantees, and this photo was taken by the Owyhee Watershed Council in Leslie Gulch near Jordan Valley in Malheur County. Next slide, please. This is the map of the 6 OWEB regions. Region 5, OWEB's eastern region, is bordered by Nevada to the south, Idaho to the east, and Washington to the north. And the west side of the region is bordered by several Oregon counties. Region 5 is comprised of Baker, Union, Wallowa, Malheur, and Harney counties, with a small portion of Lake County in southwest Region 5. Next slide, please. This map, pulled from the NRCS Sage Grouse Initiative website, shows sage-grouse habitat distribution in Oregon. The green shaded polygons are core habitats, and the cross-hatched polygons are low-density habitats. Sage-grouse habitat in Oregon occurs in OWEB regions 4 and 5. As we can see in this map, sage-grouse occupy portions of Baker, Malheur, Harney, Crook, Deschutes, and Lake counties. Next slide, please. Threats to sage-grouse. Number 1, conifer encroachment causing displacement of sagebrush and native grasslands. Number 2, non-native invasive annual grass encroachment displacing native vegetation. Number 3, degraded and reduced occurrence of mesic habitats. Each of these 3 sage-grouse limiting factors contributes to the decline of sage-grouse habitat. Healthy sagebrush and native grasslands are vital to sage-grouse forage, cover, and nesting requirements. Mesic habitats, those habitats with water including riparian, spring, or wet meadow areas, are critical to young sage-grouse development, providing insects and forbs necessary to their diet. Each of the first 3 limiting factors contribute to increased wildfire size and intensity. Conifer encroachment increases fuel loads. Invasive annual grasses cure earlier in the year compared to native perennials, increasing fuel loads. And reduced mesic habitats contribute to the drying out of sage steppe landscapes, all of which contribute to larger and hotter wildfires. These fires can destroy sage-grouse habitat, promote the spread of invasive annual grasses, and can take many decades to recover. Next slide, please. Moving to conservation measures. Invasive juniper removal practices include several methods varying in complexity. Areas with low levels of encroachment are treated manually with hand blockers or chainsaws. As infestations increase, removal methods become more sophisticated, include heavy logging equipment, and equipment choice is dictated by the slope of the treatment area. Logging slash post-harvest is treated by piling and burning or lop and scatter methods. It is important that logging slash is not more than 4 feet in height, as this creates perches for birds that prey on sage grouse. Next slide, please. Invasive annual grass and weed control. As with conifer encroachment, invasive annual grass and weed control varies in treatment methods based on levels of infestation and in treatment area access. Smaller infestations that are easy to access can be treated on foot using backpack herbicide sprayers or ATVs with spray equipment. Roads are a common weed vector, and roadside treatment is accomplished using trucks equipped with spray equipment. As infestations become larger and less accessible, aerial methods are used, and in remote areas, aerial application is often more cost-effective than ground-based methods. Many invasive annual grass and weed control actions are followed with reseeding of both native and non-native plant species beneficial to native wildlife as well as domestic livestock. And on grazed lands, improved grazing management practices are implemented to promote seeding success. Next slide, please. Conservation measures for mesic or riparian habitats are variable, but the intent remains the same for all actions, and that is to improve vegetation extent and composition, hold water in these habitats longer into the dry season, and conserve this vital habitat for both sage grouse and other wildlife. Mesic habitat conservation focuses on improved grazing management and livestock distribution, where methods include riparian and spring fencing, water source development and construction of upland stock and wildlife watering systems, and rotational grazing management designed to promote mesic habitat recovery. Mesic habitat improvement also includes active restoration measures such as stream restoration, floodplain connection, riparian planting, and channel aggradation measures such as beaver dam analogs. Next slide, please. Partners. Projects are typically comprised of a variety of engaged partners, including private landowners and public land managers, local, state, and federal agencies, tribes, and sage steppe and sage grouse conservation organizations. The list of partners in this slide is not all inclusive, with many organizations engaged based on geography, jurisdiction, and work area focus. Next slide, please. 3 projects benefiting sage grouse are recommended for funding this cycle in Region 5, and all are in northern Malheur County. 221-5037 and 5039 are restoration projects that propose to treat 1,061 acres of encroaching juniper near Brogan and Gentura. 221-5052 is a technical assistance application proposing to develop a design to improve mesic habitat in Upper Willow Creek. And this last part is going to be a repeat of a slide that Eric presented earlier, but I think it's worth re-mentioning. In 2015, OWEB committed to allocate $10 million to sage grouse conservation in Oregon and to meet that goal by 2025. Prior to this board meeting, OWEB has approved over $9.8 million for sage grouse conservation over 82 projects from both open solicitation and FIP funding sources. If approved, these 3 projects will bring the approved sage grouse conservation total to over $10 million in 2021. And this is 4 years prior to the 2025 goal. Thank you all for listening. And now I will turn this presentation over to Sue Greer, Region 6 RPR.
For the record, Sue Greer, OWEB Regional Program Representative from the Mid-Columbia Region 6. I cover 6 counties in the north central part of the state: Umatilla, Gillum, Sherman, Wheeler, Morrow, and Grant. Touching on what Eric talked about earlier, in my region, the John Day Basin Partnership FIP implements projects to benefit native and anadromous fish and yet has resulted in more upland-focused applications coming through the open solicitation program. So, in following the theme of this grant cycle's OWEB board presentation, today I'm focusing on the work OWEB is funding to restore an upland ecosystem that is severely threatened. I'm talking about aspen. Limiting factors to a healthy aspen community include climate change, increased drought, and hotter catastrophic fires. Overbrowse of saplings from livestock, elk, and deer that inhibit that necessary, diverse age class of trees, and suppression of a more natural fire regime, resulting in the encroachment of juniper and other conifer species, and decreasing the regeneration of the clones since fires trigger new aspen sapling emergence. Next slide, please. So why aspen? ODF&W's Oregon Conservation Strategy identifies aspen woodlands as a strategic habitat that serves as biological hotspots for wildlife. Aspen are important for birds in both migration and breeding seasons. Tree swallows, woodpeckers, and other birds nest in aspen cavities. Aspen also provide fawning and calving habitat, hiding cover, and forage for mule deer and elk. Other wildlife frequenting these groves include black bear, beaver, rabbits, grouse, and bats. Two other species that use aspen are the Columbia spotted frog and the Columbia myotis bat, noted in the Oregon Conservation Strategy as strategy species having the greatest conservation need. Black bears forage on the insects, grasses, and flowers, berry-producing shrubs, and prey on smaller wildlife found in aspen stands. Bears may also use aspen as nurse trees for their cubs when the mother's out foraging. And I want to point out the smaller right-hand photo is, I took this photo on a site visit showing where a bear had actually left its mark on an older aspen tree, which I thought was really cool. Next slide, please. Aspen primarily occur in riparian areas or in moist microsites within drier landscapes, typical in the John Day Basin. Characteristic understory grasses include Idaho fescue, pine grass, Great Basin or blue wild rye, and shrubs including snowberry, serviceberry, and rose. The soil in many aspen stands provide increased nutrients and water, driving a diversity of fungi, flowering plants, vegetation types, insects, and small mammals, which in turn drive multiple food webs. Although aspen make up less than 1% of total acres in Oregon's east side forests and grasslands, they support a disproportionate amount of wildlife, plants, and insects compared to the surrounding landscape. Aspen ecosystems are one of the most biodiverse habitat types, second only to riparian areas for species richness and diversity. But multiple studies show that aspen in Eastern Oregon are being lost at a rate of between 50 to 80% of historic populations. And it is predicted in one study by the year 2030, up to 90% of aspen in Eastern Oregon could be lost without mitigating efforts to restore these critical ecosystems. While the aspen clone itself may last for thousands of years, individual trees may only live for 100 to 150 years, so regeneration is key to the species' survival. Aspen grows with multi-age class overstory increase the benefits to both the resiliency and the health of the clone and the wildlife that live there. Next slide, please. This cycle in Region 6, OWEB will fund 2 restoration grants and 1 technical assistant grant that add to the aspen restoration movement. All 3 applications were submitted by the South Fork John Day Watershed Council, a leader in the John Day Basin for aspen restoration and outreach. Those projects are the Hole in the Ground Upland Health, Widows Creek Ranch Upland Health, and the John Day Basin Partnership Upland Prioritization. Next slide, please. Since I began working for OWEB 12 years ago, I've seen an increase in aspen restoration on both private and public lands. For this presentation, I did a quick tally starting in 2010, and I came up with 16 OWEB grants just in Region 6 that involve aspen. These projects did restorative work in 108 aspen stands covering over 301 acres using OWEB funding. Considering that many aspen groves are small, approximately 1 to 10 acres, that's a lot of accomplishment. And that interest is spread to leveraging other funds coming into the region to restore aspen from the Oregon Department of Forestry, Mule Deer Foundation, the Rocky Mountain Elk Foundation, the Oregon Wildlife Heritage Foundation, NRCS, BLM, and the U.S. Forest Service. Grantees involved in aspen restoration include not only the South Fork John Day Watershed Council, but also the North Fork John Day Watershed Council, Bridge Creek Watershed Council, Grant, Monument, and Wheeler SWCDs, and the Nature Conservancy. With all that collaboration, plans are already in place to do work on an additional 1,100 acres of aspen restoration, leveraging funds from NRCS RCPP grants, BLM Good Neighbor Authority grants, and the Malheur National Forest planning efforts. Next slide, please. Part of this accelerated movement to save aspen results from the work done to survey and prioritize existing aspen stands. Recent inventories covering over 577,000 acres are being shared with both private and public land managers and factor into management and restoration planning efforts. This information also serves as a baseline for future trends, as well as to compare with public land aspen surveys done 20 or more years ago on the Malheur, Ochoco, and Umatilla National Forest. Next slide, please. Over the years, many types and techniques of both enhancement and protection have been tried and learned from to address the limiting factors of aspen health. Those methods include thinning encroaching conifers and removing invasive weed species that inhibit the shrub and sapling understory, regenerating sapling growth to achieve multi-age class canopy by using prescribed fire across the clone or cutting down some of the more aged aspen, increasing the height of buck and pole fences in areas with high snow load to eliminate livestock or feral horse herds from simply walking over the top to browse on tender aspen shoots. And depending on the site and restoration objectives, using different protective fencing types such as buck and pole, standard barbed wire, welded cages, and or brush fences to allow aspen saplings to survive and become free to grow. Next slide, please. To help landowners understand the multiple benefits of aspen, the South Fork John Day Watershed Council has hosted multiple workshops, advertised and open to the public and funded by a previous OWEB technical assistance grants. Experts in aspen ecology and restoration presented, getting out in the field to clearly show examples of aspen conditions. Landowners were also introduced to the helpful Aspen Management in Oregon document, which is available on the OWEB website under resources. These workshops were very successful and continue to result in landowners wanting to do more restoration. In fact, one rancher in the IZ area, M.T. Anderson, shown in the upper right photo in the cowboy hat, has become an aspen advocate and not only incorporates aspen restoration in his ranch program and budget, but also enthusiastically encourages neighbors and actually, to be honest, anyone that'll listen to save aspen across the landscape. Next slide, please. I hope you've enjoyed learning about another valuable ecosystem in my region where OWEB funds are making a huge difference. And speaking for the entire cadre of the regional program representatives, the invitation stands, once this COVID thing passes, for you to join us anytime on site visits in our regions to see some great work being done and some magnificent country. Thank you.
And co-chairs, members of the board, the entire panel will be available after we take our lunch break for questions and as you deliberate on these grant awards.
Thank you, Eric. Thank you, staff. I've said it before and I'll say it again. This is the meat of OWEB, and it's really great to see what's happening and what we're going to be working on. So let's take our lunch break. Will you be all right coming back at 12:45, just a half hour? Does that work for everybody? Okay, enjoy. We'll see you pretty soon. Barbara, while we're waiting for people's lovely faces, where are you going?
Oh, Morocco, Portugal, and Spain.
Yes. Have you ever been there?
No.
Oh, I'm so happy for you. That's awesome.
It's a trip Tom, my husband and I planned a year ago, August. So his request was I go on it. So I'm doing it.
Good job. Oh, I'm happy. That's wonderful.
It's an organized trip for 10 people in the beginning, and then I'm 1 week by myself in Madrid.
I hope you come home. I wouldn't blame you.
I'm a little nervous for Portugal. I will admit that.
Oh, you're going to love it. Oh my gosh.
So,
yeah.
Thanks for asking.
Yeah, wonderful.
All right, it is 12:46, and I think we've got the majority of us back. We are moving on to item number, what are we? F2. And this is the time where public comment is allowed before we as a board get to have hefty discussions on the solicitation grants. And I am not seeing, do we have any? No public comment. Thank you. That was easy. All right, so not having any public comment, I would open it up to the board, and I will pay attention to hands raised on the screen. And I would just ask that you guys start asking some questions or for clarifications. Do you think staff did that good of a job that nobody's got questions?
There's a couple.
Just kidding. Oh, there they are. All right. Jamie, your hand went down. Okay. Jamie, you've got something to ask?
Yes, thank you. And first of all, thanks to all our regional staff for really demonstrating the great work associated with OWEB. Now the newer members now you can see what we've been bragging about, and also really appreciate the whole focus on telling the OWEB story and tying in our partnership and the how we of how we do our work. It's really important. So thank you. I have two comments and then a question. My first comment is when there was the reference to NORP, I like that acronym. It made me think of opportunities to expand our non-traditional partnerships, and it specifically made me think of the Central Oregon Veterans Ranch, which has a greenhouse they use for crops, and it's part of actually the healing process for our veterans who use that as a resource. And I don't know, and so we've talked before about not adding extra work, but I don't know if there's opportunities in terms of expanded relationships and maybe some of those non-traditional partnerships to maybe reach out. And Lisa, if you want to follow up with me, I can give you a contact number, but that may be a real nice opportunity for another partner to step in and help with some of that work. The other comment is regarding our regional review teams. And I once had the tremendous privilege of listening in on some of the work and the discussion deliberation. It's really a great process. And we're so grateful for the tremendous source of technical expertise. And that was highlighted in the process discussion. One of the things that it made me think of is part of this sense of expertise is also what we've been talking about with regard to climate change adaptation and DEI. So I just want to throw that thought out there of the possibility of incorporating technical experts on these other areas where we really want to expand or grow onto those regional teams. And then also kind of as an addendum to that, really invite all the members of our regional teams to reach out to our climate committee and our DEI committees with any thoughts or suggestions you have on how we can better expand our expertise to communities, and you will have on the ground experience, which is always so critical to successful work. So if you have any, please do reach out. And then the question has to do with our climate region. So this, I don't know if Greg or Eric wants to take this question. And it's actually a bit beyond the scope of this discussion, because I recognize that today's discussion is really about responding to the applications we've received. But your discussion, Greg, and your great presentation really made me think about reflecting on our mission and goals and expanding some of our partnerships and work. And I know that there's been a lot of discussion about the loss of chub, especially amongst the Klamath Confederated tribes. given the cultural significance of the fish. And so I was wondering if you can comment on any tie-ins to OWEB work in the past or potential future opportunities to partner, especially with the Klamath Confederated Tribes, on this potential and pending loss of cultural heritage.
Greg, would you like to take a stab at your experience with potential Chubb projects?
You bet. So for the record, my name is Greg Cunella. I'm the regional program representative for the Central Oregon region. And Jamie, I believe you're talking about the 2 sucker species of the lake.
Thank you. Yes.
Yeah. So the biggest limiting factor for those suckers, as I understand it, is water quality in the lake and the ability for the juveniles to mature. Unfortunately, the juveniles have not been able to mature. And so what's left in the lake are 30-plus-year-old adults. And the new young cannot age and get to that state to mature and spawn and get the cycle going. And so there's been some programs by the Klamath tribes and the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service to employ hatchery programs to get these fish bigger in a hatchery environment and then release them into the lake. And so OWEB's nexus, from my understanding and my experience here with OWEB, is that we have been funding some technical assistance proposals to look at ways to improve water quality in Upper Klamath Lake. And when I speak of water quality, it's primarily the loading of phosphorus. Phosphorus does naturally occur in the Upper Klamath Lake watershed due to the soil content, but due to other mechanisms, the loading of phosphorus is way out of balance. And so we've been involved with some technical assistance funding. I anticipate actually this fall to have a restoration proposal we submitted in Region 4 as a response to one of those technical assistance proposals. So as far as I know, I think a lot of the partners are trying to understand, where best to employ the practices that can improve water quality in the lake. I anticipate the other technical assistance proposals to result in future restoration projects, and I'd imagine that OWEB would be looked to for a funding source. Certainly a complicated problem, and I think we're all trying to understand how best to solve it. And I know our local partners value OWEB and our ability to participate in their programs, and so I would think that we'll see more projects come forward.
Thanks, Greg, and great job, everyone.
Yes, thanks, Greg. And I just wanted to add to that, Jamie, that as part of the agreement for removing 4 of the dams in the Klamath system, there are some water quality mitigation funds for which OWEB has been selected as the fiscal agent. It's contingent upon the licensure process being completed to transfer ownership of the dams to the Renewal Authority, and that would trigger release of the funds from Pacific Corp to OWEB to implement very specific water quality measures throughout the basin, and that's in the amount of about $6 million that we'll be implementing. And there is also activity that I think Lisa might want to describe out of the legislative session as well.
Yeah, thank you, Eric. So there was a special appropriation set aside in the e-board, and there are currently ongoing discussions about how some of that could be used to help Klamath. And in that, OWEB is mentioned as the possible linkage to grant some money out for several different things. One of them is some work in the reaches for off-stream watering, and to move that along, as well as some other water quality issues. So that is ongoing out there as well with the linkage with Klamath, Jamie. So if that helps you, there's lots of things stirring in little different places around Klamath. And I think there was a specific industry ask that went to the governor's office last month around the Klamath.
Thank you, Lisa. Gary.
I'm off mute. Okay. Well, thank you. I really enjoyed these presentations this time from all the region representatives. It's great to see what's going on I know you pick select ones to demonstrate, but I know there's a lot more than that happening there. And I really, these, well, I'm just going to pick these three that I especially were interested in. And they're all over on the coast on that side of the Willamette, or over in the Willamette and the other side of the Cascades, because it's sort of more unfamiliar type ground to me. But I just am amazed at the loss of these eco regions that you bring to us and the statistics on there. But I'll direct this one to Liz, I guess. My question is, going from thousands of acres of oak savanna type habitat down to a few hundred acres, it sounds like. What do you think the potential or possibility of recovery of more of this area is? I mean, in these high human population areas, that seems to be a huge challenge. And if so, if we get them reestablished, what is the real value to that, to the whole ecosystem over there?
Thanks, Gary. For the record, Liz Redon. It's a great question. And yeah, it does sound like an overwhelming challenge, doesn't it? And I don't know if I'm the right person to be able to answer the question, can we save the oak? I think I have hope that we can save the oak habitats. But what does come to mind for me is that my experience, so prior to coming to OWEB, I also worked for a watershed council for a long time. And we were, so I have a kind of a long history of looking at restoration in the Willamette. And it feels like at first, because we knew a lot more about fish, a lot of our attention went to fish and streams. And then about the time that I came to OWEB, I started learning more about oak and prairie, partly because restoration practitioners were learning more about it and understanding what is it going to take to restore these? What are some of the impacts? And so in some ways, they haven't had as much time at it as, say, some of the fish and in-stream type restoration. And just pulling on a comment made earlier today where we were looking at, Kelly had showed us the pictures of that stage 0 project, and she said the fish came back right away. And we do hear those stories about when we do a really a big scale restoration of the stream, that we can see the fish come out soon. I am hoping we start hearing more stories about oak, and we do. So there is one of the projects that's in the recommended list today on the Salyers Ranch area, which is in the coastal Willamette Fork. That one has the Oregon Vesper sparrow on it, and that's a species that's kind of straddling the ESA listing. It's being looked at as a concern, but this is a site where, because of restoration, they are seeing some population of this bird coming back and strengthening. And so I think we may hear more stories of success about oak and the prairie and habitats restoring and being responsive, as we've heard with the stream restoration as a catch up.
The other piece I'd add to that, Gary, for the record, Eric Williams, Grant Program Manager at OWEB, is that there are several partnerships addressing oak throughout the Willamette Valley and into the East Cascades on a broader landscape scale. And a couple of them are contemplating putting in FIP applications, because this is a designated habitat type for the board under the FIP program. And that is a recognition of kind of what you're pointing out here, that the need is so expansive and broad that we need a much larger focus over a longer period of time to get success. And another piece I'll mention, you'll see tomorrow in our land acquisition project presentations, there's a project in there that is addressing this type of habitat, and you'll see a context map there that shows you this network of protected properties in that particular area. Again, pointing up the key need to link all of these conservation efforts together across the landscape to try to make progress toward that, what seems like an insurmountable habitat restoration goal.
Okay, thank you, Eric and Liz.
Anything else, Gary?
No, okay.
All right, thank you. All right, Mark, you've got questions, comments?
Yes, both. First of all, I had asked staff at ODF&W if they had any concerns about any of the proposed projects, and they do not. So that's good news. And then, and Dan Shively may want to weigh in on this too, but I'm pretty concerned about the Klamath issue and water quality also. In 2020, we had significant fires in that basin, and then now 2021. And for those of us who are familiar with fire and runoff from fires, there's a significant issue with chemicals and water quality and those kind of things. So I'm worried that water quality may get worse until this landscape heals over time. So just a thought there on that. And then during the break, I did reach out to Sue. I had a technical question for her, but this might be a good one for everybody else to hear. And it has to do with aspen and the proliferation of wild horses in that Grant County area. And I've heard from some constituents that wild horses like to congregate in riparian areas, and they like to eat everything they can in riparian areas, and it's having a significant impact on that. And I didn't hear her mention that in how aspen is affected by deer and elk and beavers and all the other stuff. So I just wanted to get her take on that, and she provided me a take on it. So maybe Sue, I think it would be helpful if you could also tell the other folks what your opinion is on that too, about wild horses and their effect on aspen.
Thank you, Mark. And I'd step back from it being my opinion, whether it is or not. But from working with the stakeholders in my region, the feral horse herds have been a significant problem, not in the Malheur and in some of the Umatilla, just from the overexpansion of the herd numbers. They're almost, I don't know what it is now, but it was almost double what the management numbers were. They've made attempts to try to gather and reduce the numbers, but it is such tough terrain, and it's forested, and it's kind of an ongoing. The local landowners and the public lands folk do what they can. We're trying to get riparian areas fenced off and protect these aspen. Ongoing problem, but it's also a real emotional problem, because you'll have so much strong feelings on either side of this topic. It only gets worse during these drought cycles that we're experiencing right now, because they're gonna hit those mesic areas pretty hard. But aspen is kind of impacted by the feral horse herds, whether they're overtopping in the snow regions, overtopping the protection areas, or just on the areas that aren't fenced, hitting those young saplings and leaves and that kind of thing. Hopefully that answers your question.
Yes, it does. Thank you.
Okay.
All right, Randy, you have a question, comments?
Just a comment, Barbara. Randy Labby, for the record, public at large member. I just wanted to follow up on Jamie's comments on the regional review teams, and urge the new members of the board to carve out time to attend one of the regional review meetings. It's just a very moving and educational experience, and I think would be one of the most impactful experiences of your new voyage into the OWEB nation. I arguably would say that those meetings are really at the core of the process that whoever designed the OWEB scrutiny of grants was very insightful. The science that's applied, the process of prioritizing the ecological uplift of these proposals is just terrific to I think to experience. The list has been circulated of the meetings this winter, I believe, and see if you can't find one close to you that you can attend. Thanks.
Thank you, Randy. Brenda.
Thank you, Barbara. Brenda McComb for the record. I'm just curious. You've reviewed a lot of proposals, and not only this year, but in the past too. But for this year's proposals, how many of them addressed climate adaptation or carbon sequestration or storage without it being a requirement? In other words, are the different projects considering this already, or are we just not there yet?
Thanks, Brenda. For the record, Eric Williams, Grant Program Manager. I think many of them do. It may not be explicitly stated, but many of the projects, for example, on the east side are designed specifically to improve the health of rangeland and grassland, removing invasives and having more of a native grass ecosystem out there that does a better job at carbon sequestration. Some of the projects that are focused on dry forest restoration are doing that through thinning projects. That's long-term goal is to have a healthier forest that will also do a better job at carbon sequestration. We've not asked our applicants up to now to quantify those things in these applications, but you do see it throughout. And there's also adaptation strategies there too. You saw the slide that Kobe showed in sage grouse habitat, looking at trying to hold water up higher in the Masic system longer in the year. And those kinds of projects are designed to provide adaptation measures for the species of concern in those areas. So, I don't have a number for you in terms of a proportion or percentage of these applications that do those things, but I think a lot of them, it kind of falls along the lines of what we talked about in Climate Committee, of a lot of projects have been designed to accomplish these goals for some time now, but haven't specifically called it out as providing those carbon sequestration benefits or adaptation benefits. And I think that's something that as we move forward, following along with our committee discussion at the next board meeting, and then what happens after that to enhance our programs to integrate climate, as you had described earlier, I think we may be able to answer that question that you're raising more specifically and perhaps more quantitatively as well.
Great, thank
Barbara,
you.
Lisa,
Barbara, can I? Yeah, I have a question.
You unmuted yourself.
I have a question. So curious because of Brenda's question, quantifying, or have we even asked anything on the grant application that asks people to think about how their project might have climate overlay and benefits?
Yes, Eric Williams for the record. We've built that into the applications that are in the current solicitation that has an application deadline of November 1.
Okay.
And the purpose for that, and we had presented this to the board last year, in the past year, the purpose of that is to get a handle on where our applicants are with respect to their understanding of sequestration mitigation measures, how they're factored into their projects. We explicitly said that for the November applications, these questions are not for evaluative purposes because we're trying to get a handle on where our grantee community is with respect to this knowledge, and then hopefully build on that in future solicitations.
Thank you for that clarification.
Thank you.
All right, Liza Jane.
Thank you. Eric, I think this question is probably for you, and it's really so I'm a better informed board member. I saw the map with the FIP region, the FIP projects on there, and it goes maybe region 5 and 6. And I'm just curious on some of those sage grouse, I think, projects, and I'm curious how we manage that, and then also how do you sort that out when you're looking at the amount of dollars that are spent per region when they're spent in two, as a shared region because it's a FIP? Just curious about that, so I'm clear.
Sure, thanks, Liza Jane. Just for clarity, so are you asking if a FIP overlaps regions, like overlapping region 5 and 6?
By the map, it looked like it did. Is that correct?
I think there's some very small areas overlap. So the Tri-County Sage Grouse FIP that was in the first cohort of FIPs spans Harney, Malheur, and Lake counties, and most of that is within Region 5. I think there are small chunks that might be in Region 4.
Okay.
The Baker Sage Grouse FIP is again almost exclusively in Region 5. I think there's a little bit of area that peaks into Region 6, but the bulk of the FIP geography, and I think probably all of the projects that are funded in those are in Region 5.
Okay, it's just a map picture then, and then
Yeah, there are some adjacent blobs there, like the John Day blob butts up against the boundary between Region 6 and Region 5, and then you had the Baker and the LeGrand, or the Upper Grand Ronde, sorry, FIPs that were right adjacent to that. So it did look like this kind of jumble of blobs crossing over the region boundary.
do we allow for that to occur? To a FIP?
We
to
do,
not-
yes.
Yeah.
The FIP is not limited to being exclusive to one of the 6 regions. It really
Yeah.
is about the geography that they've prioritized in their strategic action plans.
Is that a new OWEB term, a blob figuring? Or I just want to.
Yeah, I might have even said conglomeration of blobs, but you know that's just
Sorry.
confusing things.
I just thought it'd make people smile.
I understood it perfectly, Mark. Okay, thank you, Eric.
Sure, and of course there's the temperature blob in the Pacific. So I'm not the one coining this term. So.
So before I move on to Corey, just in the chat, Renee did put where the question of the climate question is in our board book, 581 to 584, Lisa. So just a point of reference. All right, Corey, you're up, please.
Yeah, I just wanted to go real quick back to the climate discussion on consideration versus calculation. Just want to kind of think about the difference between considering climate versus calculating effects. I mean, just yesterday, the NRCS finally announced their list of climate smart practices, and it's a lot shorter than we would expect, and that was for cropland grazing and agroforestry and forestry. And the reason the list is so short is because they were the only practices that we felt there's adequate science to make them calculable when we're talking about sequestration specifically. Now, when you talk about adaptation, there's tons of co-benefits and a huge amount of conversation you can have about putting what OWEB does to the filter of climate, but I would just be cautious when we talk about adding requirements to grantees for a level of rigor that is possibly not available yet.
Thank you, Corey. Brenda, you have a comment?
Just a quick response to that, Brenda McComb for the record. I think there's actually quite a lot of information available for forested environments, maybe not for others, but I think there's a lot that could be incorporated into evaluation criteria for at least the forested ecosystems.
Thank you, Brenda. All right, any other questions, comments? Bruce, you're unmuted. Did you want to say anything? Nope, okay. All right, staff, are we missing anything?
I don't think so. Feels like you might be ready for a motion.
Well, I have a couple of quick ones. Liz, thanks so much for the history of the Oaks. I really appreciated hearing all of that. Because our conservation districts in year number 7 of RCPP would just strictly Oak Savanna work. So I forget what acreage we're at right now, but we're over 1,000 acres of protected Oak Savanna in just our county. So thanks. I'm pretty passionate about that myself. So Mark, was it you who talked about Sun Creek?
That was Greg.
Greg, okay. Did we tour that a couple of years ago?
For the record, Greg Sinella, we did.
Okay.
Yeah, we went to Kimball State Park, which is at the headwaters of the Wood River, looking out onto Sun Creek.
Okay, yes. That's what I thought. Thank you. Because that was a really great project. So it's nice to see it coming back around and getting expanded. And then one last question. I think it's for Katie. You talked about the, was it Sand Island? What's in it? West Sand Island? And the Army Corps does some things out there. Did I hear that correctly?
Right. The Army Corps owns West Sand Island. And in the past, they have used the island as a dredge spoil location for.
Okay.
Mhm.
I didn't quite get what they used it for. So, okay, those are all my questions. So thank you. You know, the staff is small, but the work is mighty. So I really appreciate you all.
I would extend that to our applicants and our review teams. As been mentioned before, it truly is an incredible body of work, and what's in your board book represents thousands of hours of expertise and attention and partnership communication and engagement to result in what's before you, and it truly is impressive.
All right, so not hearing any other questions or comments, or I would entertain a motion.
You ready for a motion?
Yes, please.
Yes, I move the board approve the staff funding recommendations as described in attachment D to the spring 2021 open solicitation grant offering staff report.
Second that.
Second.
The second, was that you, Jamie, that seconded? Okay, it's been moved by Meg, seconded by Jamie. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed, nay. All right, motion passes unanimously. Thank you, great work.
Thank you.
So Liza Jane, I have a thought. We're half hour
ma'am.
early. Should we just, you want to just jump into the post-wildfire recovery fund? And then we can be adjourned early?
Let's see heads shake. Yeah. Yep. Yeah. I think we have a yes, an astounding yes. Let's
Renee,
do
are
it.
you ready? All right, cool. Thank you.
Okay. Renee is going to lead us into the agenda item G, which is our post-fire recovery funding. Take it away.
Great. Thank you, Liza Jane. Good afternoon, co-chairs, members of the board. For the record, Renee Davis, Deputy Director. We are on agenda item G, which is on page 536 of your board book. And this does focus on the post-fire recovery funding that OWEB received from the legislature to focus on natural resources recovery following the 2020 fire season. So I'll walk through some of the background, hit on some of the legislative intent for that funding. And then, because we have been in the mad scramble to put together a new grant offering, 2 new grant offerings, in fact, I'll give you a sense of what actually is coming to fruition in those grant applications that we're nearly done with developing in advance of opening up the program. So those board members who have been around for at least the last year know that last fall, the board did make an early investment to address immediate response needs and recovery needs following the 2020 wildfire season. So we had about 1.2 million acres impacted across an enormous geography last fire season. Because of the scale of the disaster and also due to the fact that there was a presidential disaster declaration, the Office of Emergency Management actually activated the state recovery plan for the first time since it had been developed in 2018. And as they were working through what deployment of that plan looks like and the different areas of focus of it, they recognize that what is on paper sometimes does not mesh with what the needs are in reality. So at that point, OWEB was pulled in along with Department of Forestry and Department of Environmental Quality to co-convene a natural and cultural resources recovery task force that brought together state agencies, federal partners, tribal partners to really work through, one, what were the fire impacts across this massive area during the 2020 fire season, and then what are those priority actions that are needed to move in the right direction for natural and cultural resources recovery. So we really had a great benefit as we were pulling together and learning what is that driving as we're putting the wheels on the car or building the car. We had the great fortune of being able to rely on some incredible assessment work that had been conducted by federal partners, including Forest Service and Bureau of Land Management, but then also had an opportunity, which is fairly new in terms of something that FEMA, as part of disaster declarations, can offer, to bring in a team of folks to essentially do early rapid assessment of post-fire impacts, not on federal lands, but in a complementary way on state, tribal, and private lands. And so we had the good benefit of being able to tap into this assessment opportunity called ETARTS to really get a better handle across and really taking an all lands view, what were those post-fire impacts. And so really throughout the fall of last year, we were completing these assessments and then we're synthesizing them across land ownership to really get a fuller picture of what were those priority areas of impact, and whether it be soil burn severity, whether it be vegetation mortality, landslide risk, in some cases, risk to cultural resources. So really getting a full handle on that, but then also as we were approaching the long legislative session, starting to identify what would the cost be to address those priority recovery needs on natural and cultural resources. And so after we were able to complete the assessment synthesis, then moved into some rough cost estimation that ultimately resulted in, for a 2-year period in terms of priority natural and cultural resources recovery actions, an $86 million estimate across the 14 fire areas that we looked at, knowing that in parallel, there were efforts underway through, again, federal partners such as Forest Service, BLM, to really tally up what does the impact look like across those land ownerships. And so as we moved into legislative session, there was a special House committee focused on wildfire recovery that was convened during the 21 session. It was chaired by Brian Clem, and a very engaged committee, really interested in understanding what are those recovery needs, certainly including natural and cultural resources, but across a whole host of recovery areas, from economic development to infrastructure to community capacity. So we had the opportunity to share both the assessment synthesis and the cost estimate information with the Special House Committee multiple times. And then, as you all know from the OWEB standpoint, as we were seeing the May revenue forecast, everyone was shocked at the number of resources that were coming in very close to the end of session. So ultimately, the end of session bill, affectionately known as the Christmas tree bill, did include a total of $26 million for natural and cultural resources recovery across OWEB, Department of Forestry, and Department of Transportation, with each agency having a slightly different piece of the pie in terms of that recovery puzzle. So not the full 86 million, but we were pleased to actually be able to secure $26 million to really help these communities around the state with massive recovery needs that they're facing. So in terms of the OWEB piece, we did receive $19.75 million, and really we can put that into 3 categories or buckets. Those are outlined on page 2 of the staff report. So first, $10.75 million with a specific focus on replanting projects. So this is for riparian and upland replanting. And there was an important lens that, as part of the legislative intent of this funding, was applied to these 3 buckets. So it did address that there are needs associated with water quality, and that can be for drinking water supplies, for source water areas, for important aquatic habitats. So that really is an important piece to keep in mind. That's not wildly different from a lens that OWEB applies, but squarely focused on water quality considerations for these replanting projects. And that $10.75 million can be used across 14 fire areas, the same areas that you were contemplating last fall in terms of the immediate fire response. In your case, 1 area dropped out because it had such significant federal ownership. That was the Thielsen fire area. So the first bucket is focused on riparian and upland restoration work. Second bucket being $5 million for floodplain restoration and reconnection projects. Again, same lens in terms of focus on water quality, given that floodplain areas do have the potential to help to filter out some of those sediments that we're seeing post-fire, but also in terms of the floodplain projects, the potential for those areas to help to minimize impacts from post-fire flooding. It can be a very, very real occurrence following some of these significant fires. And as you know, we're seeing just to the south of us following the massive fire year this year down in California. So $5 million for that particular bucket. And the third piece is a bit unique in nature. It's a $4 million pass-through from OWEB to Eugene Water and Electric Board. So OWEB and Liz Redon can attest to this. OWEB and the local partners down in the McKenzie watershed have a long-standing collaborative process, very high performing in terms of restoration work, engagement with landowners, innovative work, including the Stage Zero project that was mentioned earlier today. So without going into information that I actually don't know about in terms of discussions during legislative session, OWEB did secure a $4 million pass-through specifically to address both restoration needs, but also the potential for acquisition needs that they may have as they are undertaking recovery following the Holiday Farm fire. So those are the three buckets for the funding that we have. A few important pieces, which I would mention attachment A to the staff report. You have the co-chairs actually received a memo from Matt Garrett, who's the governor's wildfire recovery director. Without a doubt, the funding came to OWEB because this agency and you all as funders are very well known for accountable and transparent processes. And that's critically important when you have limited dollars to address massive recovery needs associated with natural resources recovery. So kudos to OWEB for being known and respected so much. These dollars are different though. These are general fund dollars. And so legislatively allocated, very clearly associated with the legislative intent that I just described. Typically though, general fund dollars are 2-year dollars. So we already have flagged for legislative fiscal office, and thankfully our legislative fiscal analyst very well understands the types of projects that these funds will support, to flag that we will very likely need carry forward into next biennium for these funds to enable the time frame for the work to get done on the ground. But we will need to demonstrate significant progress, certainly in terms of allocating the funding, but on the ground progress also, to show the great implementation work that is being done by local partners to address some of these replanting and floodplain reconnection needs. So just wanted to flag that piece for you. These are not your typical Measure 76 dollars, but again, thankfully, these types of projects are not uncommon to us. And so really being able to translate to the legislature how they are different and some of the considerations around those in terms of lifespan. And so as part of the package of materials associated with the end of session bill, it really did underscore we would leverage our existing grant processes. And so in that case, it's not shoehorning $19.75 million into open solicitation as an example, because there are different filters and criteria for these dollars, but rather using our grant administration infrastructure. So things like our online application system to quickly build, test, deploy grant applications, have very solid evaluation processes that do rely on our existing rules in terms of expectations around organizational capacity, addressing watershed concerns, but also then overlaying some of these considerations around a water quality focus. And later I'll get to some of the other considerations, including tribal coordination as one piece that has been important through the natural and cultural resources recovery discussions with the legislature. And so we are in the process, I mentioned, of wrapping up the second round of testing, thanks to a staff team that has been indispensable from my perspective in helping to stand up the offerings for these post-fire recovery dollars. So Cyrus Curry, Jillian McCarthy, Tara Choate, thank you so much for all of your work. And thanks so much to the project managers who are testing these grant applications. A few pieces that I just want to flag for the board members in terms of some of the specifics that we didn't have at the time of the writing of the staff report. So, and I'm sure this will be of interest to folks listening to on YouTube. So we are envisioning potentially opening the grant cycles as early as next week. Absolutely, they will be open by November 15th, but things so far are going smoothly enough that we very well may open these cycles next week. We have guidance that will accompany the online grant offerings, and a few pieces. One, we expect to have at least 2 grant cycles and possibly 3, depending on the demand that we see and the time that folks need to put together grant applications. So first cycle would essentially run kind of November to January timeframe, and then probably 2 months after that, open a second cycle over a 2 to 3 month period, and then see where things stand as we get into summer of 2022. Because we do want to give folks, we want to be mindful of folks having work that can get on the ground and actually has been getting on the ground for several months now. But in other cases, the kind of the collaborations, the planning is still developing and giving folks enough time and opportunities to come in with funding requests for these dollars, because each fire area definitely is different. We have built into the grant applications some key questions around, one, how this connects to other funding, such as what Department of Forestry received for nursery and seedling capacity. That has been a potential bottleneck, having access to enough seedlings to replant these areas. So wanting to understand what the connection between some of that post-fire recovery funding is that was provided to different agencies. But then also going back to, I think it was Dan Shively, and then maybe Brenda mentioned it also, the Senate Bill 762 funding, the Department of Forestry has also. We have a number of local partners who are already thinking about, as we are recovering these watersheds, how can we also be mindful of building in resilience, wildfire resilience in particular. And so they are very interested in leveraging these funding sources. So really trying to get a handle on how local partners are thinking of utilizing these few different funding sources, and then how we can coordinate from an agency to agency perspective to really hopefully help support, I think, their innovative thinking and forward thinking on these topics. Another piece I would mention, Molly, DEQ has been so incredibly helpful in the conversations around how can we identify those priority areas around water quality considerations for source water, for water supplies, drinking water intake. So we so appreciate the partnership there, and are in the process of working with OSU Extension to add some map layers to a mapping tool. So our applicants will have quick and easy access to some of this more technical information to identify priorities. And another key piece that I do want to flag in particular, given that bootleg has come up a few times, these funds are focused on recovery from the 2020 fire season. It has been challenging at times when folks have reached out, in particular folks in the bootleg area, but across the 2021 fire impacted areas, and they're excited about the potential opportunity. And we have to underscore the legislative intent for these dollars is around the 2020 fire season and recovery from that. But we have pointed them to programs such as the Emergency Fire Response Program I talked with you about earlier, the open solicitation offerings that we have, and then we've also flagged for the governor's office the need for recovery dollars, natural resources recovery dollars did not end with 2020. So just making sure that it's on the governor's office's radar screen, but just so that you all know, the focus is on the 2020 fire areas. And then a few other pieces I mentioned earlier, organizational capacity. That is something that we always, as we are evaluating grant applications here at OWEB, think about. We are encouraging folks through the grant applications to coordinate among local partner organizations so that we can have a clear picture of what is that coordinated plan for natural resources recovery and priority wildfire impacted areas. And then how are you leveraging one another's strengths? So building that into the grant application, and certainly capacity considerations will be part of the evaluation process. and then explicitly asking questions around tribal coordination and flagging some areas for consideration. So that could be upfront design on considerations around replanting with culturally significant species. That can be use of tribal monitors if you're using or if you're planning to implement a floodplain project. It could be having an inadvertent discovery plan in place and working with tribal historic preservation officers on that. So really trying to, I think, continue the spirit that throughout the task force process, I think identified and really recognized the interconnectedness between natural and cultural resources, and encouraging applicants in this process to be thinking squarely about those considerations. And then also we are building in some questions, really drawing upon those climate questions that we've built into other OWEB applications, building in climate considerations into this application, and then also questions around equity issues and what are some of the community benefits? Are the applicants engaging with equity-focused, community-based organizations? So really trying to spur thinking on that front. The other piece I'll mention, and then we can go to some questions. I see Mark has his hand up, is when you go down into the recommendation, the staff recommendation piece, we're asking you to accept receipts of the $19.75 million, delegate the funding to the director to then distribute in subsequent awards, because frankly, we want to make sure now that you've been able to learn a little bit more about the program, we can really move these dollars quickly to get them on the ground. The other piece is we are allowing backdating to August 6th of this current year, which is the date that the governor signed House Bill 5006, because the reality is, in talking with partners across the fire impacted areas, they already are doing this work. And if we can help with some flexibility, which we are allowed to in terms of the legislative intent of these dollars, to provide some of those resources for work that absolutely is within the scope and can pass the straight face test for the intent of this offering, then we want to be able to do that. So I did want to just note the retroactive nature of this back to costs as far as August 6th. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have, and you may have many.
Mark, do you have a question for Renee?
Yes, thank you. And so I'll say right up front, I do support this and we'll be voting for it, but I'm a little bit worried since we do have a really good track record of spending money. And this is general fund, and not that general fund's any different, but there's going to be a lot of people watching this and how it's spent and where it's spent, and did we do the legislative intent, and did we delegate it? And it all comes back to Lisa as the director to make sure it's spent appropriately and tracked appropriately. So Renee, I'm worried that with our small staff, one of the small state agencies in government, and here we got a roughly $20 million infusion of funds, some of it retroactive for a program fires that started in 2020, and tracking all of these dollars and making sure that they're spent appropriately. How would you help me to feel more comfortable about that?
Thanks for that question, Mark. And we always appreciate you wanting to help the agency stay out of the media and out of trouble. So thanks for asking that question. I would say this is where, going back to some of the comments in Matt Garrett's letter, OWEB is well known and well respected for good reason, which is we have been in the business of grant administration for decades now. And we have always been good at it. I would say that with each year we get better at it. And a great example of that was our ability to utilize the coronavirus relief funding and stand up the food security farm worker safety program. We have processes in place that are exportable and are incredibly reliable and durable in terms of what is that full life cycle from application to review, through review process, grant award, working with Department of Justice to make sure we have all of the right content considerations depending on fund source built into that. And then through project management and incredibly strong fiscal procedures to really scrutinized, not in a negative way, not being hypercritical, but just being very clear on the costs that we are seeing coming in the door with receipts. And we do require a lot of documentation when folks request payments from us that they match. And that goes through project managers, that goes through our fiscal staff. Another important piece of this, which I believe was in the staff report, but I didn't hit on it, is we are going to be asking for much more frequent reporting on progress with these dollars than what we typically do. It's not unusual for OWEB to ask for a progress, 1 or 2 progress reports over the course of a 3 or 4 year grant. We're actually going to be asking for quarterly progress reports so that we understand not only how the spending meshes with progress on the ground, but so that every time there are legislative days in the event that we get called in to report on progress on these funds, we have information to do that. And that's something, honestly, with the legislative funding that came down for post-fire recovery, the governor's office has already put structurally some of that reporting in place. So I'll stop there, and actually I'll see if Eric Williams or Courtney, either one, if either of you have additional comments in terms of the overall grant administration structure that you would want to share from your different lenses in the agency.
Hey,
Mark,
sorry, this is Eric Williams. I don't, Renee, I think you covered all the details really well in terms of the process and the continuous improvement efforts that we've made over the years. So go ahead, Courtney.
For the record, Courtney Schaff, Business Operations Manager. Mark, what I would say is our fiscal staff are phenomenal, and they treat a grant as a grant, and each one that comes through gets the same level of scrutiny and attention to detail, and they are just really great at what they do, and are supported by the amazing project managers on the ground. And so even though it feels like a slug of $20 million might slow down our burden, our fiscal system, and create potential opportunities for errors or missing, it's just continuous business practices of what we do, and we do it well.
Thank you.
Mark,
that's what I wanted to hear.
And 2 other quick pieces I would mention. One, I mentioned this earlier, we did get funding for this. So this is not just simply on the backs of existing staff. We have the ability to hire folks. Since we don't have grant agreements out the door yet, we haven't gotten to that point of evaluating at what point, if and when we bring in new staff because of the volume piece. And the other part I would mention is we do recognize that folks may apply and may or may not fare well the first time, depending on the quality of their application, what they're able to articulate in terms of their plan. And frankly, that is a benefit of having a second, if not third cycle. So if some folks need some coaching on different aspects of where there were some challenges with their application, we have the space to do that and hopefully enable them to come in the next time with a stronger, more competitive application. And that is not an unusual situation that we see in open solicitation.
Okay, thank you. And I mean, the letter would also answer any concerns you had, Mark. Just overwhelming vote of confidence in OWEB that we've earned, and small, big isn't better, small is mighty. So we do it well. Kelly has her hand up.
Hi, thanks. So Renee, great presentation on this. Really appreciate it. And I just want to say a couple of things. First of all, I really appreciate the tribal coordination piece of this specifically being called out, and the various examples that you gave. I know, anytime there's a fire, our TIPO officer, our cultural resources staff are out on the ground looking at what happened, what can we do to mitigate, how can we work with each other? And so just really appreciate the cultural resources component to this and the tribal coordination. So thank you for that. And the other thing is the organizational capacity and the coordination among partners and the need to show what your coordinated plan is. I think that's also going to help tremendously in addressing some of Mark's concerns as well, and really making sure that we're getting a really good bang for our buck and getting the kind of post-fire recovery and coordination efforts among the groups that are out there doing the work that we can. And I just have to say personally, I live in Talent, Oregon. I was impacted by the Alameda fire. I've gone out on the ground. I've seen Bear Creek. I've participated in replanting efforts with the local watershed council along the creek. And this is much needed funding for these communities. You know, I've watched the town go from a complete disaster area last year to the cleanup efforts, through the cleanup efforts, and now to the rebuilding phase. And these communities are really in that rebuilding phase right now and looking to positive improvements into the future. And I think this funding is just going to really, really help the communities with that. So I'm very, very supportive of this. And I think that OWEB is very much the appropriate organization to steward this funding. So thanks, Renee, for all your work.
Thank you, Kelly.
Thank you, Kelly. Meg has a comment or question.
Thank you, Liza Jane. I wanted to, I noted that the letter from the governor's office seems to anticipate periodic updates to the governor's office and to the legislature. And I'm assuming that this board would at least get a look at those somewhere along the way as well. So that might address part of what we're talking about here.
Yeah, thanks for that, Meg. We absolutely, I don't know the specific cadence. I know that we are requesting quarterly updates from our future grantees. I don't know the exact cadence. To date, it has been when there are legislative days slated to occur. That's when we typically receive requests from the governor's office. And so absolutely, as we're putting together our updates, which will become certainly, there will be more meat on the bones in the coming weeks, months. We absolutely could circulate those to the board if it's of interest. Yeah. I think that would be fine. And then just depending on again, kind of the interesting cadence from the board, we also can set up whether it's just a short director's update and then some periodic, an agenda item here and there to hear some of the specifics, and maybe even invite a few of the local partners to come in and talk about the restoration work that they have underway.
Yeah, I think that'd be good. And my intention is not to suggest that we should be throwing off other timing. Not that this has to come to us before it goes elsewhere. I'm just saying, if it's happening, it would be helpful for the board to hear it as well. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Thanks. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Meg. Jamie, you have a comment or question?
Yeah, just actually to share a public comment from a community member in Santiam Canyon about previous wildfire recovery efforts, and just to share this with the board. And I recognize the projects you're talking about are focused on restoration efforts. This was more of a concern or a comment made about tree removal. And while they fully recognize the public safety requirements and time sensitivity of needing to take trees down, they felt that some trees have been taken out. They essentially asked for an appeal process. So I would just ask if these projects do include, as part of the restoration effort, taking down some trees, to have an appeal process in place so that it can, local concerns can be incorporated. I think it's just a real good best practice, and I just wanted to share that feedback. And then also just, again, based on Kelly's comment about Talent's experience, I would want to echo what Renee said. This is, Matt Garrett likes to see it done quickly and done well. And this is a huge statement of confidence in the OWEB team and OWEB staff. So kudos to the statement that this request even brings to the team.
Thanks, Jamie.
Thank you. Gary. You got your mute on, Gary.
Okay. Yeah, no comments, but I'd offer a motion if we're ready. You have your mute on, Liza.
There we go. It's off. I had my heater going and I couldn't hear you. Yes, the chair would entertain a motion.
Okay, I move the board approve the receipts of 19.75 million in general fund as appropriate in the OWEB's 2021-2023 biennial budget to support grants for the purpose of post-fire natural resource recovery as described in House Bill 5006 from the 2021 legislative session, and delegate to the executive director the authority to distribute funds through appropriate agreement with an award date of August 6th, 2021.
Very good. Motion made. Do I have a second?
Yeah,
second.
I
Yes.
defer. I defer.
Where was our second?
Barbara.
Barbara, thank you. Any further discussion, comments or questions? Okay, seeing none. All those in favor signify by hands up. Any opposed? Great, motion passes. Thank you very much, Renee, for that presentation and your good work.
Thank you.
Guess what? Huh? What is it? 2 o'clock? Not even. Okay, well, everybody, thank you. It's so good to see you and enjoy the rest of your afternoon and evening. And 7:45 tomorrow, the coffee will be on. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.
Good
Bye.
day.